Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You guys were not hearing the music, but I can hear it. What's going on with that? First thing to figure out. Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Line of Code. I am One Lion. Apparently, some of my audio settings got changed, so we're going to fix that real quick. Usually, I can't hear the music unless I have OBS open, and so I assumed that because I could hear the music, that it was playing through OBS correctly. However, it was all a lie. All right, speakers, stream speakers. Okay, that's good. So my guess is that my mixer changed over to have Brave playing through a different source. And indeed, it is. And now for the magic. Yay! Hello, Plum Tardigrade! How are you? It wouldn't be a stream without something going amok. But hello, Zerg. Welcome in. How are you doing on this fantastic Wednesday? We are looking in from a, what is this called? Referee gate? Referee fence? Anyway, out into a baseball field somewhere in... that's not how you do this. Interact. We are looking in Seattle, Washington. I used to live close to Seattle. Whoa, this is all the way back in May of 2023. Where even is the referee behind the catcher? How are they supposed to know whether that was a strike? Nice hit. Did you see that? No, probably because my big head is in the way. Drove some people home. Awesome. Anyway, fun times. Why is 2023 so far away yet so close? Because, as any brave scientist will tell you, no. They will tell you no. Dang it. That would suck if you just ran out of tokens. It's so close. Goodness grief. Anyway, time is flat. All time exists in this single moment right now. And all we are doing is changing our perspective on what we see. And our brain is logically putting things together so we don't just go. But we have already experienced this moment and the next, as well as 2023, as well as 2028. It's relative anyway. It's more than relative. It's like it is. So, man, this would suck. I'm going to show you what I've been doing. Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was thinking about coding. Coding. Oh, this is beyond physics. This is metaphysics. Physics cannot explain what time truly is. Moving on, though. Here's my desktop. This is Thyrovius, or a depiction of what Thyrovius feels like. It's not actually Thyrovius. I'm trying to get... Okay, so those of you that were here on Friday, you saw my hard drive that had my dev drive on it crash. In fact, it is right here. As you can see, it's only 120 gigabyte solid state drive, and it was just a spare that I had that I threw in this computer. So I made it my dev drive on purpose because I knew that everything on the dev drive would be in GitHub. So if I lost it, no biggie. It's been with me for a really, really long time. I've had it forever, and I'm not sad because I ended up getting a 2 terabyte solid state to replace it. How do you get to this PC? Okay. And that now looks like, oh, you can't see this. That now looks like this. That is this D drive. So I made a partition that was 500 gigs for the dev drive and let the other 1.5-ish terabytes be a extra data, fast data. Excuse me. So I have a spinny disk, 3 terabyte. Oh, no, this is probably another solid state. I have a 4 terabyte M2 as my fast data drive and a 4 terabyte M2 as my system drive. So we should be good for a while now, I hope. Hopefully no more crashing for a while. All right. That's where we're at. So everything is fine. I've recloned all of the projects that we've been working on, all of my work stuff. Everything was already, like I said, checked into GitHub. Wide open space to play in now. Absolutely. Absolutely. I made the mistake of installing an M2, then I discovered I sacrificed my CD drive. I have an external Blu-ray, DVD, burner, reader, player drive that was like 14 bucks or something like that. And it used to be that drives were about $1 or $1.50 a gig. And I got this 2 terabyte for 100 bucks, just under 100 bucks, I think. So now it kind of feels like $1 per 10 gigs. Is that the right math? I think that's the right math. No, $1 per 20 gig, which is insane, which is crazy. Very affordable for solid state drives. I mean, I wasn't trying to go for anything crazy like I need another M2. The thing that I did get, someone was talking about this and I still forget the name of it off the top of my head, but the little cards that have the multiple M2 slots in it, so that you can turn PCIe 2, whatever it's called. I'm not great with hardware, if you can tell. Into a multi-slot M2 drive, PCIe Express, yeah, whatever they're called, into a multi-slot M2 drive, and it only reads the address of the first slot, so I can't even use it as a multi thing. Can you give a quick blurb about the piece of artwork that you showed on your desktop, please? No, I can't, because I don't know too much about it. It's Lineage 2 fan art that was created by someone else, and I used Automatic 1111 Stable Diffusion to add, no, maybe I used Photoshop to add extra padding on the left and right so that it would take up the full screen, so that it would just fill everything up better. But Thyrovius is a character that I role-played in Lineage 2. So that was an MMORPG from the early 2000s and went, I think it's still going-ish, but it's not the same MMO as it used to be. So not even Classic is the same MMO, but my wife and I used to play it a lot, and we role-played most of the time. That's what we enjoyed from it, was just being able to role-play. This is a Soulbreaker, which is kind of weird because I kind of remember Soulbreakers being female only. But anyway, since it's fan art, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's in painting. And well, no, sorry. I don't know if you can call it in painting. It is expanding the canvas. So part of it would have been in painting, probably from about here over. Maybe from here over. Yeah. Because what I think it did is it took the little stars that made up the mist in this area and turned it into the big stars that you see here. Same thing with this area over here on the left and right. But yeah, the original artwork, I wish I could give proper credit for where we got it from, but we've had it for so long. It's it would have either been DeviantArt or Pinterest or something. Yeah, out painting, I suppose. But yeah, so Kamael are known in Lineage 2 for their ability to manipulate souls, and I'm writing a fanfic, essentially, of our roleplay time in Lineage 2. I'll show a very, very brief spoiler in the right browser. There are some adult themes in it, so hopefully I don't accidentally show any of the adult themes. None of them are like images or anything. It is a mature fantasy I was going to call it RP fanfic of using a lot of the Lineage 2 universe, but we had so many of our own ideas going. And what was crazy about the way that we roleplayed is we would roleplay something, and then 2 patches later, 2 what are they called? Expansions later, that type of scenario is happening in game, and it's like, we came up with that first. So like we found this place that was underneath I always forget the name of that in the map. The abandoned temple. Gosh, I can't remember the name of that place, but you had to swim underwater, and it was under these stairs, and you would go up into this other room. They made this portion of the game called Kama Loka start showing up. There are these places in between dimensions where there are these crazy beasts coming through. And so this one was a Pailaka, and you would go through this dungeon essentially, and you would need to jump into the water and go into that room to fight the boss of the dungeon. And it's like, we were using that room for like 2 years before that came out. And suddenly it's being used for something. And it had a panther in it. And that's where we had an RP event where a panther, Felis Onsa, came through. And gosh, what am I trying to find? So Felis Onsa, I think, is the Latin word for Black Panther. Came through this portal and invaded us there while we were having a meeting. And suddenly the boss of this place is a glass panther. It's like, what? But anyway, we have lots and lots and lots of ideas. So those of you that have been here for a long time, you've seen me reveal a couple of these things. I do have some chapters written finally from the beginning, as opposed to just random thoughts everywhere. But what you are going to see are some random thoughts everywhere. Fragmented story. Some of these are very, very recent. I got back into it. It's kind of annoying because like I've been really excited about music, so I started picking up music again, and then all of this work stuff happened that's taking up all of my time, and I haven't been able to do music. And so when I'm spending time with my wife, I want to do stuff that she can do with me, and a lot of that has been story writing. So anyway, this is why is this such a terrible UI though? Are we in mobile view or something? They need to work on their UI quite a bit. I like the concept of the World Anvil site, but they totally suck at their UI and UX. It's like Frozen or something. Oh, not Frozen. I had the wrong keyboard in focus. Okay. So Fragmented Story, you should be showing me all of the articles from Fragmented Story right here. Goodness griefus. It's so annoying. Okay, so here is Fragmented Story. Lev's... You guys will meet Lev one day. And yes, hello Thino, I will greet the rest of you very, very soon. But there are some really, really, really insane... if you're a fast reader, I will show you the end. All right, and that is the end of the story. We finally figured out the end. We know how the main book series is going to end, and there's just so much to it. It breaks my brain. It's such good stuff, though. And it's all Frozen. All right, but hi TBD, hi Thindle, hi Marcus, hi everyone, Hugin. Hello, 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 and welcome in. Today is Wednesday, if you didn't know. If you didn't really want to know, I'm sorry. Spoiler alert, it's Wednesday. That's what we got Chaos Theory for, as Ian Malcolm would argue. I mean, one of the cool things that I like is we're living in both a deterministic and free will life experience. It's kind of cool. It's kind of fun. They both can exist at the same time. Time. Human language is just so limiting, isn't it, though? Everything is based on time. It's crazy. Okay. Then Zerg is like, if that's in painting, and then it's like out painting. Then Plump Tardigrade is like, gotcha. Thank you. You're welcome. Ooh, yay, writing. So yeah, there's just a ton of notes that we've accumulated over the past, this would be going on 15 years almost now, that we've just come up with ideas, story fragments, and we've tried many times to come up with some storying. And I've started it like 16 times over and over. I've gone to ChatGPT to get some thoughts on what I wrote to help me get unstuck and glue the things together, and none of it was really working until our most recent resurgence of working on the story together. And we came up with this intro that I love, and we now know the end. And it's gonna be a really good journey if we're able to get it all written out. It's gonna be so much fun. Okay, so I'm gonna catch up in chat and say hello to everyone that that hopefully doesn't feel like I'm ignoring them. I was just explaining that. Pocket portals is what I call those. The Kamalokas and the Pylakas. So we had this concept of order realms, and order realms, like if you know pretty much any MMO, you know that you can create multiple characters on the same account. And the way that we explained what was happening with only being able to have one character from an account logged in is we called an account an order, capital O, and not like the orders that you see from our real life where there's, you know, a whole bunch of people dressed in robes doing rituals or whatever. It's a group of people that were called together, not even people, a group of different entities that were called together under a similar geas, and they are called into this realm, and this realm is in between dimensions, and they have access to be in that realm or in the world. And for the purposes of the game story, only one of the members of an order could be actively participating in the world at a time. In the story, orders, they still have order realms, but characters could all be out in the main world or in the order realm. And of course, only people that are members of that order can be in the order realm. There's a maximum number of 7 characters in an order, and oh gosh, there's just so much to it. Let me set this as startup, and then I'll keep reading through chat. Okay, so Sendo came in and said, "Evening, Master Lion, Master of Lions, rules of lions, person who controls lions and the feelings of lions. One could say the one of one lion." One could say that, except that I don't control any of them. They all have their own free will, and I respect that. But evening to you as well. Then Thindle also said, "I don't know what I'm doing. How are y'all? You're being amazing is what you're doing. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome in." Marcus Voicecoder is here and said, "Did you know Michael Washington built a Blazor application to use AI to write stories?" No, I didn't, but I knew that Anna Sastev is working on a story writing tool. TBD Gamer is here. Have we been getting shout outs for all of the cool people? I don't think I've seen a single shout out. Let's start with Thindle, who came in first. So Thindle is a .NET developer, last seen streaming over the weekend. I saw you go live, but I wasn't near a computer that I could watch you on. But good to see you able to do some streaming. I hope it went well. I hope it went really well for you. Then we'll get one for Marcus Voicecoder and TBD. DC Aggie is here. Hello, DC Aggie. Thindle says there are only 2 days, Catterday and not Catterday. So true. Plump says, "I always write my ending somewhere near the beginning of the process. Gives me the endpoint to work towards." I have never worked like that before. My wife needs to have that. And so both of us having that kind of difference in our storying flow, it did cause some rough points, but it's been so much fun and so expansive, and just this creative energy that's like, why exactly am I going the direction I am going? What is the point of this thing that I'm trying to do with the scene? And most of the time I'm finding out that this just seems like something that would engage the reader, and that's what I want. Even though this story really is just for my wife and me. If anyone else happens to have access to it and read it, okay, I hope you enjoy it. But for the most part, we just want to get our story written because we've lived it for so long. It would be so cool to see it as a steady stream of idea. The other interesting thing, and this is going to be another spoiler, but I doubt many of you have seen this show, but Link Click came out with an arc, a specific arc that uses one of the concepts that we had been thinking about since about 2017, 2018. And they did it so well too. I was excited to see it. Oh, it was so good. But if you haven't seen Link Click the anime, then you won't know what I'm talking about. And don't watch the Braden arc first either, if you do end up watching it. Definitely watch it in order. And Marcus said, "My legs hurt, so yes, it's Wednesday." Because he went biking forever. DC Aggie says, "Turns out it was all a dream." No, I really, really don't like that plot twist at the end. This one has a meaningful ending plot twist. I will say it's bittersweet, but it is a resolution. It's not one of those let's leave it up to the reader to decide how it ends. I personally feel that that's a cop-out, that is a artistic choice that says, I really don't know how to explain everything that just happened. I'll let you come up with it. But I know that there are some authors and directors and writers that are like, I'm doing this on purpose. I want you to come up with your own meaning because any meaning that I give to it would just make it all meaningless. Which is cool. I get it. But at the same time, some stories just need an ending. They need an ending. Kind of like, have you seen the Merlin with the dude from Jurassic Park? You kind of would feel like that was heading towards one of those, well, we're just gonna not resolve this in the end, and then they resolve it, and it was pretty cool. in my opinion. Where are we? Thindle says, the end. Does it have a dragon? That's all I'll say about that. DCA says, also remember my question about what company I should use for my domain and hosting. Yes. Found out Bluehost is the wrong answer. Oh no. Long story short, if you've been playing Asshole Word Game, it's now at wordgame.dcaggie.net. Is today Community Day? It is not. But I am saying hello to everyone first part of the stream, because I have a lot of stuff to do. You know I have a lot of stuff to do. I was hoping to have the database portion done by now. I decided that I wanted the stored procedures. Yeah, I'll tell you about that in a second. So we'll go with Frozen Fusion is here. Good morning. Good morning to you too. Marcus Voice Coder said, no, that would be Friday. Speaking of, there are two things that I want to do though. Number one is to turn off the Community Day command. The second one is to add the lurk and unlurk, or the unlurk command. Hopefully it just works this time and doesn't crash. If it does crash, we're moving past it, but we're going to try adding it nonetheless. So I'll put my bot here so that I can remember that. It was a request on Friday. Unlurk. Starry eyes. So I was going to do it on Friday, and then it just didn't work. There were some things that needed to be done with the application. Did I publish? Ooh, I don't know if I published the fixed version yet, so we might not be able to do it. I'll leave it. We'll leave it for Friday. But then we were looking at Marcus Voice Coder's select or bookmark anything. I can't remember what the official name of your vibe coded Visual Studio Code extension is, but pretty much you can make any selection you want in the Visual Studio Editor, save it as a bookmark, as a selection you want to go back to, and recall any of your saved collections. And so I do have quite a few feature requests that I would love for you to vibe code, selection saver, that I would love for you to vibe code if you ever have the time. Not a requirement thing, and I'll try to give it to you in writing, most likely through Discord. But if you happen to be taking notes, we talked about some of the things. One of the major ones that, yeah, there was that bug, which you already fixed. Awesome. So I'll get the latest. One of the things that would be cool, and this one might be difficult to do. I don't know what it takes to do it, so I won't actually speak to the difficulty level of it. But if it is possible, could you make it so that the selections are saved per project, per thing that you have open? So I think that there is a .vs Code folder that gets created when you open a folder in Visual Studio Code. I don't remember. But if that's a thing, then maybe instead of saving the selections to whatever shared memory, shared storage that Visual Studio Code uses, you keep that, but you associate it with a particular folder that it gets applied to, because it doesn't make sense to open RTRAC Blazor in Visual Studio Code and have the selections for DDMS. So I just have this long list of selections that I would have to filter through in order to find the selection that I was trying to do for that particular solution or project. So that would be awesome. And I'm sure there was more, but I've forgotten about it because reinstalling the hard drive and all of that stuff. But that is to say, it was not Marcus's extension that caused my hard drive to fail. That would have been installed on the system drive, and Visual Studio Code runs off of the system drive. And the only thing that was on the D drive, like I said before, were my projects. So his extension had nothing to do with that. Download it today, try it out. It's awesome. It's cool. Selection saver. Look for it on the Visual Studio Code extensions. speaking of, shout out to Marcus Voice Coder. So if you couldn't tell by his name, he does programming. And when he does stream, when he's able to stream, you'll be able to see him do software development using his voice. He uses Talon and a few Visual Studio Code extensions. And he uses his voice to do all of the coding. So yeah, it's a really cool time. It's hard for him to engage with chat though, because he is using his voice to control his computer. So it's like difficult for him to switch over to chat and then speak his response and then switch back over. However, Marcus, I think you might be concerned with having too many people chatting too fast at you, but I don't think you should be worried about that. You should be safe to have your chat not on slow mode. Just saying. Just saying. 8bits is here. Hello, 8bits. I am way up on chat, so I will catch up. Stream title says Community Day. I must not have pushed the done button in OBS when I changed the title. No, I did, and it's just not applying. Nope, just now applied. Okay, well, it is updated now. Thank you for letting me know, President. Dindle says, I still don't know what I'm doing. Totally okay. Absolutely okay. Yeah, and then my mood kind of crashed. That's all I'll say about that. That's sad. I'm sorry. I really do. I know the feeling. Wait. Okay, hold on. I need to catch up on chat before I say the things. The United Kingdom has free will. He's next in line to be the throne. Speaking of thrones, that's another major player in our story, and it's not like the kind of what is it called, medieval intrigue or court intrigue that you would be used to. So I hope for anyone that does like fantasy novels, true fantasy novels, not sci-fi, not some hybrid of magic and gadgets, although we do have an artisan, we do have a crafter that does make things. But I mean, this is more like along the Wheel of Time kind of fantasy. So yeah, anyway, and if I ever do make it available, that you are able to enjoy it. Okay, stealery from the brain of Umberto. Shame. What is stealery? Tell me about this, Thindle. What am I stealing? Zerg says, I'm off to dinner. I'll be back. All right, we should be here, I hope. Plump Tardigrade says, librarian and English teacher here, as well as writer. Yes, it's a cop-out most of the time. So, by the authority in Plump Tardigrade, we hear that the main reason, and this is, I'm translating for anyone that didn't catch this, the main reasons writers and directors and just visionaries end their works on cliffhangers and letting the reader decide what it means is because, drum roll please, because they're lazy. So when you run into an ex machina, instead of trying to just end it to clean things up or retcon things, work it in, smooth it out. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, DCI says, I recently finished The Stand and the ending has me conflicted. Game of Thrones needed an ending. So true. Yeah, and hopefully, like I said, our story does involve adult themes, but we aren't into the gory graphic stuff, so it's not going to be that really. And it won't be like tasteless adult theme stuff. It'll be only the things that are meaningful to the story. When they are meaningful to the story, not just for the sake of trying to, because I mean, it's for us. It's what we want to read. And we don't like fluff. And we don't like things for the sake of things just being there. DC Aggie says, so it comes to this, a dungeon and a dragon. Fry. I'm guessing Fry from Futurama. I've seen every episode, but I wouldn't be able to pick out a quote from it. Thindle says, what do you think of an epic, huge fantasy story that actually ends and ties off the loose threads, and then has the protagonist ride off into the sunset because his mission is complete and he wants to find a cottage somewhere or something? It doesn't say, but his quest is complete. If you know, you know. Ours isn't quite going to be like that. It's going to be, we reached the natural conclusion of the story. We reached the natural conclusion of the story, and there is more story to be told from different characters' perspectives, and we will do that. But the story in itself is a full and complete story that has a, I'm hoping, satisfying ending. One that you don't have to guess at, well, did whatever the big threat is actually finish? And no, it was not all a dream. Definitely not. DC Aggie says, publishing endings, story arcs, such a creative start to the streaming week. Yeah, I don't know about publishing though. I'm just going to make it available. There it is, to fix the stream title. Well, it's fixed now. Marcus said, selection saver fixed bug. Yes, currently they're global, so some people may want that maybe an option. Yeah, hopefully. They were really meant to be ephemeral, so only for that one session even, not even carried across sessions. I would still prefer it to be carried across sessions if possible, but for that folder only. Thindle says to plump tardigrade, awesome. It was a great end, and the quest was done. He could technically have gotten another Save the World quest, but he left it to somewhere else and just rode off with pipe in his mouth that he lit without channeling. Are you giving spoilers, Thindle? I don't like spoilers. As I gave the ending of the story on screen. 8-Bit says, I found the glory of Avalonia UI for .NET development. So what is Avalonia UI? Oh, literally what I'm writing right now says plump tardigrade in response to Thindle. How did I skip those messages? Sorry about that. But yeah. So definitely let us know if you have a site for your material that you're writing, plump tardigrade. I would love to see it. I would absolutely love to see your work. Please share. Bindle says to 8-Bits, I don't like Avalonia, and I have a reason for it. 8-Bit says, I answer your duck with a slime. They even made noises. Did you hear them? DC Aggie says, let's not mention bad endings and the word thrown. I'm still not over it. Me either. It was such a letdown. President Notcher says, so in music news, I had a breakthrough on bass yesterday. A lot of hard work paying off. What do you mean a breakthrough? Like, were you able to play riffs that you never were able to before? Did you realize something that makes your technique just work? Tell me more. As a former bass player, I mean, you never are no longer a musician. You're just rusty, and I haven't picked up my bass in many years. I haven't played set in many years. I haven't played, like, I've touched my keyboard, but it was only to sequence music, not to actually play it. So yeah, it's been a long time since I've actually played music. And I'm so sad. I even have that room over there set up with my bass guitar and acoustic guitar that I don't know how to play. I take this keyboard in there and put it on a stand, and I just haven't. I just haven't. Thindle says, it's too close to Vipif. The problem is when it differs, because good luck finding anything to help you, because all of the resources you'll find are in Vipif, and their own docs are lacking. And 8-Bit says, I've just been enjoying the Skia-related API and custom shader API. Cool. Marcus says, I'm on the first audiobook of The Wheel of Time. She keeps shouting and waking me up. Oh, man. My wife, I've never read the book, but my wife said she loved the books and that the show, the Amazon show, was a pretty good translation of it. Not quite exactly the same, but it's still such a good. Vupif. That's exactly what I said. Thindle said, not you. The guy who wrote a story that was really close to what you're writing were doing the Steelery. Oh, no, I mean, again, hot take. I'm just going to say it. I don't think that any of the ideas that I have are original. Everything is riffed off of something I've either experienced. It's just that it's being channeled through me, or it is being interpreted through me, and I'm the one that happens to be organizing it and putting it on paper. Or on paper. Who uses paper? I happen to be the one that's putting it together, so that's what makes it uniquely something that I am putting together. But the ideas themselves, even from beginning to end, it's probably a story you've heard before. So I'm not going to claim any originality on it. On top of that, it is role play and fanfic based off of an existing lore set for the Lineage 2 game. So even like the world building, the history of it all is riffed off of giants and the gods, the way that the earth was one big form and then split into two, and the heaven and the ground, and Ain Hassad and Grand Cain were there. And so we're just playing into that and building on it. And hopefully we're going to make something entertaining. We're not trying to sell you a story. We're trying to tell our story as it occurred within the world of Lineage 2. And I really mean our story, like my wife's and my story. Our lived story, if I need to make that any clearer. Thindle says to Marcus Voice Coder, you're in for a treat. I'll go slow a few books in, but it'll go slow a few books in, but it picks up and goes awesome again. Yeah. Oh. And Dukasoft gave us a joke. Why did the feline fail the lion detector test? Thank you so much for the shout out for TBD Gamer. TBD was streaming this morning. He was streaming a side project because he is exploring modular monoliths to get a feel for them, see what his understanding of them is, and build on it. And yeah, he will be back to doing developers.stream on Friday, and he'll keep doing this side project until he's gotten to a point where Liquid Sky is no longer a bane on his existence and he can stomach it again. So, did you break your base by punching your way through it? No, I didn't break it. It's still there. It's the base that my dad and I built together. I'm not going to break that. It's actually unbreakable even. But Thindle says it's a twist because it doesn't quite happen the way you'd think based on what I wrote. Cool. But maybe technically. And then President Not Sure said, I was able to move around different triads, continuously connecting them at a pace I thought I'd never be able to do before. I kept messing up because I was thinking, I'm doing it. I finally leveled up. I'm still just a one-note bass player. Every now and then I'll do an octave, but I say that, but I haven't touched it in so long, so I can't really say that for real. I've always said WPF. Why do you always talk about P? I don't get it, Thindle. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm sorry. And I love you. DC Aggie says, when you level up on bass, what part of the skill tree do you favor? Triadic chords, obviously. I'd go for stage work. Jumping or splits would be nice. Why let lead have all the fun? No. Bassists are usually the ones that are sitting in the back just kind of vibing out. Their head is hung, just bobbing. They're in their own world. They're in their own space. Yeah. Harish says hello, and hello to you, Harish. Unbreak my bass. Say play it again. Was I close? Was I close, Dukasoft? Not Chris Squire. He was pretty flamboyant. Yeah, there are some pretty flamboyant. Flea. Flea was a bassist, right? Watch me get that wrong. Yes, he was a bassist. Goodness me. Still is, my bad. It's been a while. I haven't been listening to, what is it called? I don't even know the term for it anymore. It's mainstream music lately. I haven't been listening to music lately. Isn't that sad? Oh gosh. I don't know his name. The Primus bass player. Dude is insane. Oh my gosh. Is that who Chris Squire is? No. That is not. Yes, got it. And hello, Wild Dev Ray. I was looking away when you came in, and a raid popped in. Poppin' props, a prop raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Shout out to Props TV for raiding in with your wonderful viewers. I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. For those of you coming in, it is going very, very well. I was just finishing my intro, greeting people, saying hello. So you came in at a perfect, wonderful time. Plump Tardigrade said, I had to go refill my coffee and I come back to Tony Braxton. Heck yeah. That's right. My beautiful Braxton voice. But for those of you that are new here, my name is One Lion. I am a .NET developer. I'm working on client projects. So you'll see me doing my actual work, my day job stuff. I do take some time out to say hello to you and all, but on Wednesdays and Thursdays, I am trying to focus most of my efforts on getting work done. But if I don't, then I just end my stream a little bit earlier. Yes, we even got a clip for it. I just end my stream just a little bit earlier so that I can properly finish out my workday and be able to bill my client for hours actually worked and not bill my client would be the alternative for that. I would prefer to be able to do billable work and get paid for it. It would be nice. Okay, I am getting the clip ready so that we can hear my beautiful Tony Braxton unbreak my bass. Yeah. It's always nice to get paid. What were you working on, Props? Is there any, do you have any project stuff that you want to share with us? On Fridays, I host a community day on this channel. It starts at 10:30, which is in about 11 minutes from now on Friday. I invite all of our community members to participate in. You can bring up topics that you're interested in talking about, projects that you're working on, things that you want to share with everyone. Like last week, Marcus Voice Coder shared a Visual Studio Code extension that he vibe coded using just his voice, which is pretty awesome. And so we went through that. We played with that. We talk about a lot of stuff. What did you say? I didn't listen. I'm sorry. Were you too busy thinking about coding? All right, 8-bits. See you later. We got this thing. So yeah, Let me pull this onto the screen. Here is a clip from 10 minutes ago. Maybe less. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I do love karaoke. I never do it in public and I never do it in front of you guys. But it is one of my favorite things to enjoy with my wife. So that's what you missed, Plump, while you were out getting your coffee. I'm in about 40 minutes. I've got a board meeting. Then I think I'll have a Horizon Forbidden West meeting. I hope you enjoy it. I can't remember whether I finally purchased it or not. But it's probably in my game backlog, which I haven't played a game. All right, enjoy. Thank you so much for the raid again. So yeah, follow Props, who is a designer, it looks like. So I'm designing a landing page for a course I want to sell. So expanding my website with e-commerce stuff. Fantastic. Awesome. Can never get enough designers in your follow list. So give Props a follow. Thank you so much for the raid. I also need to get some food. Yeah, and whenever anyone raids in, just so you know, there is never any obligation for you to stay for any amount of time. The raid itself is more than appreciated. It is wonderful. So I thank you. Thank you. I don't ever want to hold you hostage. Okay. Lovely game. I got the special edition. Says Eagle to Thindle talking about Forbidden West. And Thindle says both Zero Dawn and Forbidden West are freaking awesome games. Yeah, I can't wait to play it, but I haven't even opened Steam. Well, I guess I've opened it. I haven't played a game in a million, billion, trillion years. What do you mean don't want to see you here? Did you raid me? I was talking to raiders. You came here of your own volition. You have to stay now. And then DC Aggie said, my next stream will feature a new and awesome, I said awesome, and somewhat expensive mask. Hope it looks good on stream. I do too. Your masks are crazy. I hope you can breathe in it too. I hope it has fans like your other ones. Thindle said, well, I got screwed fairly recently and not in the good way, so I'm hoping for nails this time. And then Prop said, you're very welcome. Awesome. Eagle said, well, if you don't want me here, bye. Okay, bye. Live playthrough, please, please, says Eagle to Thindle. And Thindle said, well, Zero Dawn is a great way to get back into it. And Eagle said, stream? Stream? I mean, sorry, Thindle said to Eagle, stream? Question mark. They're long, but fun. I could stream my middle of the game, though. No one would ever want to watch me do a playthrough of anything. For example, Sekiro. What did I do for, I don't know, 40, 50 hours of it? I went down that little cliff, ran down the hill, turned, snuck up on the flippin' annoying, oh, I can't even remember what that mob is called, did the backstab on it to take one of its lives, and then ran around for like 6 hours and then finally was able to kill it. And then saved, restarted, ran back down, got the XP again, saved, restarted, ran back down. I'm one of those people. I will grind the same mob forever, level up as far as I can, get end game gear before I've even done the first quest. And then I do only the side quests. So no, I don't think people will enjoy the way that I play games. So I will most likely never be streaming any kind of gaming ever. But yeah, he says I could stream my middle of the game though, if there's actual interest. There probably is. I'm sure people would watch. I don't typically watch people playing games either. I have watched Let's Plays on YouTube for games that I was interested in but didn't want to play myself, like The Last of Us, for example. And I usually watch them while I am cooking. So I'm either watching some show that my wife isn't very much interested in, nor me either, but it's a show that I was kind of interested in, but not really, and then I end up being disappointed by it anyway, or I'm watching a Let's Play. Story runs of games, that would be cool. Then, right, that's already been an hour. So we're gonna end at 12:30 today, so far. Eagle says, the thing that I want to change in the game is an option for complete dialogue without the manual cycling. Thinno says, side quests, all the side quests, absolutely all the side quests. All the side quests, all the collectibles, although collectibles are just annoying to me. The only reason I do it is because I'm a completionist, but I would prefer if there just weren't collectibles. Some of the collectibles are kind of cool in some games, like Shadow of Mordor. Like, they have story related to them. They're not just collectibles. But things like Assassin's Creed flags and all of that stuff, not so much. Dukesoft said, I would want to stream... I wouldn't want to stream any gaming. Half of the time, I'm just standing still. Thindle says, I have no idea what to pick in the multiple choice thingies, though. Eagle says to Thindle, look, if you stream Horizon, I'll stick to the end. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you so much. You're amazing. DC Aggie says, I thought Super Mario RPG would attract viewers, but it got so little attention I finished it off stream. Kinda hard to know what will get a response. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even want to pick or anything, because I wouldn't want to pick a game just to get views. Thindle happens to be playing Forbidden West and is enjoying it, and I'm sure that there are a lot of people that will want to watch that game because it's got so much story in it, and it requires you to have some amount of skill, so they can watch that. No, the pointy end, not just the end. Yeah. Either skill or you have introverted intuition and you can just find the patterns and be like, oh, okay, well, this is how this enemy responds, so I'm just going to always do it like this. Oh, I would show that, but it is a purely decorative and yeah, decorative knife that I have on my desk, but I don't want to get in trouble because it is still a knife nonetheless, but it is not a weapon or anything. It's just, now that's a knife. Okay, so once I catch up with whatever Thindle is about to say, I am going to get started on my work because we have been hanging out and talking for about an hour so far. So I will try to make some moves forward. In fact, I am going to see if this thing has given me some tokens back so that I can continue where you left off. Let me just make sure that there are no file malfunctions, and I'll tell you what's happening over on this screen once we do get started. But poor K. So Duke saw, where was I? Frozen Fusion. Nope. Stony Eagle. Eagle says, nope, even further up. Thindle said, I've done D4 and Satisfactory. So Diablo 4, I'm assuming, and Satisfactory. I've watched story runs of games. Eagle says, I cried at the end of the first game. I cried when Cat Soho played through it, and I probably cry again next time. Are you talking about Super Mario RPG? Wow, I didn't know it was that touching of a story. I'm kidding. Fusion says, I lurk and listen while I work. Absolutely okay. Welcome in thank you so much for doing so. Your energy is here all the same. And so does Plump Tardigrade. Well, thank you. Those of you that do that, I really extremely appreciate you, even if you never ever speak up once. I love your energy here. You are very, very, very amazing. Thank you. Okay, Dukesoft says 12:30 today. Perfect. It's 18:26 now. Cool. Yeah, so 12:30 Mountain Time, which is in 2 hours. Then Dukesoft says Thindle stream. I'll stick the end, and then we said pointy end, and Thindle said skill. I shoot things in the face, and with the metal stick, with the stick, with a metal bit at the end. Okay. you shoot arrows at things. Ooh, by the way, and once we read that by the way, I will get started. So Eagle says, I don't watch gameplay normally, but there are a few games I really enjoy just getting the story without the effort. Yeah, that's definitely what I was talking about. Watching a gameplay of Horizon is just a replay of the movie for me. Absolutely. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I have the same sentiment. Thindle said, I got approved for the 1440p stream beta. Awesome. Congratulations. But Twitch... and then sad face. Also, I only have a 1440p gaming monitor. Have we done stand-up yet? That would be on Friday. Thindle said, my GPU could probably deal with 4K gaming though. Horizon, you silly goose, says Eagle. Oh, there's a Mario RPG Horizon? Wow, today I learned. I'm kidding, I'm sorry, I'll stop. I was begging for a supplier for 4 times 26 terabyte hard drives. I just got a nope. How dare they? Oh, I do have a Substack with my work, says Plump Tardigrade, but that's about it, aside from what's actually published in magazines. DC Aggie says, I like watching people stream Dying Light since I know it really well, and it's fun to watch others experience it for the first time. That is definitely a thing. That is definitely a thing. Okay, Duca said it, or Duca said, but 4K, I answered, but Twitch, says Tyndall. Okay, so that's what the but Twitch was about. And never change, Lion. Well, I have to change, otherwise my clothes will just get grungy. And I'll start stinking even more than I already do. Let's go. Tyndall said, take it up with Jeff to Dukesoft. But the 4 times 26 terabyte is kind of sucky. No one wants to give me free stuff. That's sad. Dying Light is an amazing game too, says Eagle. Awesome. I see a lot of people streaming it, but again, I'm not much for watching game streams. Gaming streams. You know what I'm trying to say. Okay, so it did let me continue. What I am doing on this computer, so this is my normal workflow in general. New workflow, I should say, since we now have access to Copilot agent mode in Visual Studio Code, as well as I ended up purchasing for the business the Copilot Pro Plus, the GitHub Copilot Pro Plus, ProPilot Co Plus, so that I could have the GitHub Copilot agent to work on some tasks aside from the tasks that I work on. And so I will have that doing some things, some features, while I am actively working on my own part of an application. Here on screen, we're going to be working on RTRAC, the conversion from a .NET Framework 4.7.2 MVC application to Blazor using .NET. I always forget whether we chose 9 or 8. .NET 9 Blazor application. And the part of this that is the hardest is that the current version of RTRAC, which is an application for labs to report analyses that they've done on samples that we have sent them. I work at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, where we are focused on environmental cleanup and maintaining a healthy environment. And so we collect soil, water, and air samples, and we send those to a lab. The lab performs analyses on them, checks for certain analytes, certain chemicals and stuff in them, and then reports back to us what their findings are. We publish those findings in periodic reports, in compliance reports to local agencies, to federal agencies. And so this is the application that they use to report those findings to us. This application was created probably back in 1998 as an Access database. Then it got moved to a JSP application sometime between then and 2005. Then when I got here in 2000, they've been using it from that point as a JSP application. When I got here in 2017, they needed to get off of, no, sorry, someone catch him. Lisa. In 2017, my job was to convert all of the JSP applications, and we have a lot of applications, all of the JSP web applications and all of the VB6 applications to something Microsoft. We know VB6 was already Microsoft, but they needed it upgraded. So I went to the thing that I knew at the time, which was .NET Framework, latest version, MVC applications, because that's what I had the most experience with. That was going to be easiest, and I had a very small window to work in, so I needed to do it as quickly as possible. This application is one of the remaining applications that's still a .NET Framework application that I'm bringing over to Blazor. Once Blazor came out, I was like, oh, I need to use this. It is so much better. I was afraid of .NET Core. I was afraid of VB, of C#. I wanted to use VB for everything because that's what I was most comfortable with, but I decided to go with C# anyway. I'm glad I did. And so yeah, so that's where we're at the moment. So we have been in progress of rewriting this application. I've been focused mostly on the core logic and not really the UI as much. The UI as it stands is a pretty not great experience. So I will share that. The current one that they are using looks like a mini mall. It looks like this so far. And they've been using this, like I said, since 2005. And it still looks like it's from then. At minimum 2005. So I say 2005 because I recently ran into a comment in one of the stored procedures that there was an update in 2005 to that particular stored procedure. So all of the things that happen in this application happen via stored procedures. Yes, it was. Zerg, you are absolutely right. So this process here, records check. This sends a message, or it uses SQL client to do a request to stored procedure. I turn that into an entity framework, execute raw SQL, but it sends it to a stored procedure. That stored procedure does a million things. It calls into other stored procedures, that calls into other stored procedures, and it's really, really hard to debug and trace. I tried converting the stored procedures into C# methods while I was trying to convert this application. And the last time that I was doing work like that on this application was in 2022. Then I left this company at some point, went to work for another company, got hired back as a direct contract. So now I'm working full-time for them again, and we are trying to finish this effort. Since then, I had forgotten what all we've done. So I kind of restarted at least the application portion of it. But as far as the logic, I kept most of the logic that I created before, and it's crap. It is utter garbage. So records check, for example. Apparently it's just called, oh, there it is. Records check helper. Yeah, you can just see all of these interesting approaches and these n+1 joins, and yeah, it's just utter Utter garbage. Thank you. And hello, maybe. Did we get everyone else already? I can't remember if we've covered everyone yet, but shout out to Maybe. Maybe was streaming this morning. TBD rated into him. I was just very quiet. I will not. You can't make me. I shot you out in TBD stream. I shot you out here. But anyway, point is that I tried to convert the stored procedure logic to C# so that I could debug it easier. The main issue is that the C# version of the directly translated stored procedure is about 4 or 5 times slower per record. So that compounds. So 4 or 5 times slower times number of records slower, which is not good for performance. Not when they are used to selecting the records that they want to do the records check on, clicking the button, and getting immediate feedback. Not like that. It took, I think we saw it was 20 seconds just to give the response back, close enough to the HTTP request timing out that it's just bad. So I tried a million different things. I tried having Copilot Agent, GitHub Copilot Agent, take all of the stored procedures, the definitions of the stored procedures, and create a C# library. I got as far as doing one chunk, which is like 13 or so of the 207 stored procedures, and it still was incorrectly rewriting the logic. And I would have to go through it anyway and review it and correct the logic, but at least it gave me some really, really good ideas of how to think about structuring that kind of a library. But what I did this time instead, the effort that I've been doing lately, is that I have, I used EF Core Power Tools to reverse engineer. I think that's what they call it in EF Core Power Tools. So if we right click on, I don't have the database project in here, and we go to EF Core Power Tools, which I could have sworn I installed on the last stream. Why is it gone? But yeah, you can download the extension EF Core Power Tools, reverse engineer database. It gives you all of the models, the DB context, and then if you tell it to, all of the stored procedure calls. I can show you what that part looks like at least. But I got that part done. I updated them. I created versions of them that work with, like, some of these stored procedures use SQL things that require user context, like isMember for their SQL login. So I kind of needed to, at least for now until we can replace that entire system, I still needed to be able to impersonate the current user. So I found out how to do that, which you will see also in this here. Okay, so you guys have just been going on and hanging out with each other in chat. So I hope you are having tons of fun, and I apologize for not reading everything while I am trying to focus on work. Just know that if, and I try to make this clear, and I don't want it to be rude because this is a stream and you guys are definitely allowed to have fun. But if your intention is to try to distract or purposefully derail me, I would just ask that you choose not to do that. That isn't an experience that I want to have while I stream. So I will just kindly ask that you don't. There are plenty of other streams that you could do that in. Please choose not to do that here. That's all. Okay. But I'm going to catch up in chat and read through where we are. So then this, Dukasoft responded to Thindle from the earlier statement about no one wants to give him free stuff. I would hand you a cold one, says Dukasoft, but my arm isn't long enough. LAN party, says Thindle. We can do a LAN party in, man, you told me how to pronounce it. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. You told me how to pronounce it before, though. This weekend or next year or in, I don't know what IFA stands for, in Berlin this fall. Some kind of conference, I'm assuming. Then Thindle said, I'll be there for 2 full days. Last time I did about 20 US miles indoors. Wow. My knees didn't like me, but the thing was awesome. Access, says Zerg. Yes, Access. And I'm still using Microsoft Access, by the way. Please don't faint. It is pretty powerful still, although I'm changing that app into a Blazor app, which I've been needing to do for the past 11 years or so. Even though Blazor's only been out for 7. Anyway, DC Aggie says, at WWDC, Apple revealed liquid glass, which gives me a Vista vibes. Just proof that UI trends repeat. Absolutely. Maybe we are just a few years away from this app looking modern. I'll leave it as is then. Zerg says, sometimes it just has to work. True. Yeah, especially for line of business applications where they just need the functionality. They need familiarity and functionality. So I don't want to make drastic changes to the way that the application looks and feels. Things should still be in relatively the same way to get to, at least way to access them, but then I can slowly introduce improvements to get them used to a more modern style. Not that I know what a modern UI UX is. I am definitely, I'm improving my skills in UI UX, but I am still not great at it. Still my weakest point. Then maybe says, stop shouting me out, in all caps. How's it going? It's going well. Thank you for asking. Dukasoft says, maybe we got everyone else. Or it's just smug. DC Aggie says, ASMR string. Instead of shouting out, whisper out right on top. You told me not to do that. On top of the mic with some heavy breathing. Oh, stream. My bad. ASMR stream. You told me not to do that, so I am mindful of not doing that. You kids in your sharp C. Better than pointy C. Maybe laughs. Zerg says vague C. True. It's just C with a music symbol that foreigners call hash. Michael? How much could it cost? Says DC Aggie. Quotes DC Aggie. Plump Tardigrade says, or even pound symbol, or Octothorpe. Octothorpe pound tag. I'll lurk then, because I was talking about not purposefully derailing. Maybe says, that's my entire MO. Well, again, you are allowed to be who you are. I'm just asking that you don't do that here. That's all. Out of respect. Emporium Guy says, hello. DC Aggie says, 28 viewers. Your popularity might be approaching the point where you can't be expected to keep up 100% on chats. Possibly, but not yet. Again, like any time that this cuts into my workday, I'll just cut that off the end of the stream and then do my actual workday. Because the 2 hours that I spend from 1:30 until 3:30, that's why I start work so early, so that I have those 2 hours before I need to do cooking and non-personal time things. So I carve 2 hours out of each day for my mental health, for things that I just want to do. That's me time, and having that stepped on is kind of like, I feel it's disrespectful, but if you don't know about it, then you won't know that that's how it's affecting me unless I tell you. And I try to tell you in a respectful way. I don't want to be rude. I want LAN parties again. Who's coming to Vegas soon? Asked DC Aggie. We can still have LAN parties. We'll just use private VPNs. But my wife and I, again, we're back on story mode, so we are just kind of hanging out together using the same computer doing story writing stuff. But when we get into our game kicks, we usually have some kind of private server of whatever game it is that we're enjoying, like Ion, for example. And we'll have that private server going in another room. She'll be on that computer, I'll be on this computer, and we have a LAN party. And it feels very similar to when we were playing Lineage 2 back in the day. It was such good times. Eagle says, stop hating love. Maybe says, people supporting me should be illegal. Nonsense. Nonsense. People will go to your stream if they enjoy you. Just followed you, says Dukasoft. Plump Tardigrade says, boundaries are vital. Yeah, and I've definitely let my boundaries get stepped on too much. I have an entire history. Okay, so I was going to show you what where I've currently gotten with the current effort. Stop it. And so this effort, I put all of the, why aren't they here? Hello? Whatever, I probably need to restart or close and reopen the solution for that to show up. But anyway, I put all of the stored procedures, the definitions of them, in a place that the Copilot agent in VS Code, I prefer to use the one in VS Code, as people have probably said many times to you before, the one in VS Code is just so far beyond the one in Visual Studio proper. They have the latest models. I still haven't seen Claude 4 show up in Visual Studio, which would be nice. What's 3.7? Wait, that is the one that I've been using. I'm like, 3.7 doesn't sound right. So I'm using Claude 4 in Visual Studio Code. That's running on that computer right now, but I'm pointing over here because I'm using Jump Desktop to get to it. I didn't want to interrupt that session, so otherwise I would be doing it on this screen. But that's working in the background. And what it is doing is it is reading all of those stored procedures. How do I collapse you? Move. It's reading it's reading the interface and going through all of the stored procedure methods that were created for those stored procedures and providing, like, reading the actual stored procedure and providing a summary. The hardest thing for me to do with these stored procedures is when the user calls in and says, I'm getting this error message showing up that says required for all files, analysis date. Why is this happening? And, you know, like, let's say this is a new user that doesn't know what all fields are required in a TRN. So instead of just being able to go into my code base and look for an error named required for all files, I need to do this process where I find out what the error code is. Query. And I created a stored procedure to help me out with this a little bit. But if I do find stored procedures for error required for all files, and I execute that, then I will get that this appears in stored procedure CSP check dates. So then I would either use the output that it gave me here, which is hard to read, or I would go to that stored procedure, which right now, again, I have in a file, but that's specific to this solution. So I would go to it in the database and I would read through that until I find that specific error number, 1500, and then read through the code to find out what will result in error code 1500 showing up in this particular record. So instead, what I would like to do is they say that they are getting that error. At least up front, I want to be able to just search the stored procedure entity framework class library. I'm going to call it a class library, but the helper class, maybe. This little extension here that is for doing all of the stored procedure calls, and actually the interface for it, because everything here is using inherit doc. But I just want to search through it and find out where does that error message appear. So it is going through and giving me XML comments that describe what the thing actually does, what each of the parameters that it takes are, and whether or not it adds an error to that table. Oh, thank you so much, Plump Tardigrade. That is super duper nice of you. Very kind. I appreciate you. I need to highlight that so that I know where I left off. So it has been making a ton of progress, and we are almost done, but it kind of looked like I ran out of tokens for a bit, which is kind of sad because I'm like, you're at the end. Please don't run out of tokens. So I'm going to commit this real quick just so that we can see how far it's gotten. So right now you see that we've made it to line 54. Nope, even higher. Line 41. And I'm the one that put in pretty much all of these comments. I just use multi-caret and all of that fun stuff to select everything. I made sure that every single one of these methods that require user context, that require us to execute the method as the stored procedure as some SQL user, which means that for now the application still needs a SQL user added to the database for the currently logged in user, which I do automatically, and I'll show you how I do that in a second. Yeah, whew. There's a lot. So yeah, I'm writing a commit. More commit. All right, let's commit and push, which will stage and commit. Okay, and then I'm going to let this thing continue where it left off. So that's working in the background. E to the 2i pi, how are you doing? And hello, Hula Snubble. So shout out to E to the 2i pi, who is teacher extraordinaire, showing us some wonderful magic works in math, using math. He does magic using math. He also does sometimes do some R coding, which is crazy. MATLAB stuff, I think. Correct me if I'm incorrect. But yeah, so let's find one where there are errors. And see how it's been writing that this will generate error here. So this will generate error 8012 if accuracy is null. So this tells me exactly, it's just one less step that I have to do, essentially. When I do that initial stored procedure for give me the error number for this error message, which is just a lookup in a table called TBL lookup errors, I can just look for that error number here, and I can see what would cause that error to show up in a record check, for example. And that's going to be so much easier for me to debug these. It's still going to be kind of difficult because it's like, if they say it should not be generating an error because these conditions are the real conditions, then I need to go into the stored procedure, modify it, and get it to follow the actual business logic. So anyway, so we were up on line 41, and it has made it to, damn, so close, so close. 4294, which of course this line number got pushed down as it finished more of the stored procedures up there. And even then it's kind of skipping over some and doing them in chunks that are logical to it. So whatever works, whatever works. But there are so few left. Once all of these are done, then I'm going to push this. I've already bumped the version number. We're going to merge it into main. That's going to give me a new NuGet package for the database context library. We're going to use that in RTRAC because in order to improve the performance of the record check in the remade app, I'm just going to call the stored procedure. It's been working so far. I now have an easier way of knowing what errors are going to be emitted and why those errors are being emitted. So it's going to make debugging any of the issues that come up a little bit easier. I hope that we can stick to using the stored procedures since they are so much faster to run. And I also have made that way. I forgot to show you how I ended up doing that, if you're interested, of course. For every single stored procedure, which is just going to be the stored procedure name as the name of the method, I didn't change the capitalization. I didn't want to mess with any of that. It's just going to be easier for me to correlate the stored procedure with the actual method, C# method that we're using. Essentially, what we needed was to be able to just call the stored procedure in a way that impersonates the user for the ones that are doing things like add error, CSP_add error, because that adds to this TBL temp errors table. This one. And if, I don't think we're going to be able to see it, but we'll be able to look at the other objects in this table. But you can see that it has this username table, and the username is not passed in as a parameter or anything in any of these stored procedures. It shouldn't be. We don't want any old random username to be put in there. So instead, we have a constraint view code that says when we enter a new record and the username is blank, default the username to could not retrieve the definition. Default the username to s_username. So this is going to be the default value that gets put into that username field. And if any of you do know SQL, you know that that's going to pull whatever user is running that command. And in this case, it's going to be the one that I logged into the database with, which is a service identity on the server. So instead, in order to get it to execute as a specific user, I have created a helper method that will receive the iPrincipal. Because we are using .NET web applications, we know that we're always going to be in a HTTP context. Even if we were doing a desktop app or something else, we could still have an iPrincipal. But on the server side logic, I intend to use the user, which is going to be an iClaims principal from the Blazor WASM perspective, to get their username. And this username should match the username that's in the database because, and then I'll show you that when we get to the RTRAC application here in a couple of minutes. Keep. So this is where it just finished work on adding some more comments. So I am saving that. I am doing a mini push because there were no formatting errors. There were no, it just didn't cause any new errors. It didn't delete anything that it wasn't supposed to. And I will tell it to continue. It's been doing an amazing job at this too. So it is continuing. It's going to keep going. We only have a few left. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Oops. And it found the right one. So in order to execute the stored procedure, I have this helper method that takes the iPrincipal. We get the user name from that principal, since we'll have it from the HTTP context that will get sent when I'm calling these on the server side. And I created an overload on the stored procedure that takes in the iPrincipal, calls execute stored procedure as, passes it the stored procedure that we're wanting to call, which is the one that doesn't have the user ID, and passes in the user so that we can execute that in a execute as user, do the stored procedure, revert. That's going to be fun to see if it works, and it should. I have all faith that it is going to work. All right, and as you can see, there are a ton of stored procedures. There are 200 and, well, I said 207, but I kind of remember 211, but I think 3 of them are the stored procedures that you saw me use. So I use the find error with message, or with, find where this error is used in which stored procedure. That was one of them. And then the other two were like some iJob send mail and something else that doesn't have to do with the rest of these stored procedures. And another one for testing the stored procedures themselves. A stored procedure to test the stored procedures. It's called test track or something. Track testing. That inserts the provided stored procedure into the table. And it's just the stored procedure name. All right. So this looks like a good time to catch up in chat. All right. So we were up here with Dukasoft following. DC Aggie said, wouldn't it be great if AI was good enough to show you a filtered version of chat with just the stuff you'd want to keep up on, and let the noise and chat among chatters just be? It would be nice, but I still like reading out all of your chats if I can. But again, that is not an invitation for you to troll or do things that would make you want to use the Irish just smug face. The Plump Tardigrade says that would be amazing, and it probably is. I could have automated realms listening, but there are people that are not comfortable with having an AI agent. Well, I mean, it's going to happen regardless of whether I'm doing it on my bot or not. But have an AI agent that is constantly listening in on chat, although maybe automated realms is listening. Yeah, I don't think it is at the moment. I think it's Baroque. Okay, we'll see if we get a server 500 error from that. And then Dukasoft says, so that would only show my messages, obviously. And Plump Tardigrade says, as a teacher and non-coder, thank you for talking through things as you do them. I am learning lots. Awesome, I'm glad you do. I mostly say things out loud because I will talk about the process that I am doing and following, and someone will have something to interject. They will either have a better suggestion, or a, hey, that was cool, tell me that again, or a, here's a very, very different way to do that that maybe you haven't thought of. So I love receiving that kind of feedback and information from others. And then, of course, it does cause me to slow down because I need to turn my thoughts into words, and my thoughts go much, much faster than my mouth can. DC Aggie says, to Dukasoft's comment, yours would obviously be highlighted, underlined, and spoken aloud. E to the 2i Pi came in, Foolish Snobble came in, a spam call got blocked. DC Aggie says, tokens, at least the Broligarchy didn't go full dystopian futurist sci-fi and call it spice or something. We call it frill. That is going to be our currency. Hello to E to the 2i Pi. 2 Pi. I only do art coding, says Snobble. And E to the 2i Pi says, man, it's been a while since I've done art coding. Hi there. Plump Tardigrade and Dukasoft. Snobble says, we are throwing out C# code for SQL stored procedures at work now. I'm going to use the ones that are already there. I'm not going to create any new ones, but because they are performant and they've been in place since, like I said, 2005, I've only had to change a couple of them. It seems like the business logic is still sound. So we're just going to keep using the stored procedures until I can find a more efficient way to turn them into something like LINQ. And the way that I rewrote some of them as link has just proven to not be very efficient. And mostly it's because the way that the stored procedure is written is that it will query for all of the IDs from a specific table and then find out for all of those IDs in another table, do we have XYZ, and then pass each individual ID to another stored procedure one by one, that stored procedure will then query the original table for the full record to look for, is this value within bounds of what it should be? And so there's a lot of requerying for the same thing, but because they're stored procedures, SQL has an execution strategy. It has all of the metadata for the stored procedures stored on the server, so it knows how to do them efficiently, versus C#, which will always run the same way every time and generate n+1 joins and just have so many issues, so many issues. Then Scott came in and said, hello. Snobble said, DC Aggie, now I want to say spice instead of tokens. I mean, it kind of feels like it though, doesn't it? Scott said, Duka. Dukesoft says, interesting. Can I ask why? As far as throwing out C# code for SQL stored procedures. Yeah, that's annoying. Snubble said to Dukesoft, the more nuanced answer is that we have a very complex C# method that generates dynamic SQL runtime. Lots of drawbacks, so instead we will now generate a bunch of static stored procedures that replace that. This code will be easier to maintain and hopefully faster too, because it can be recompiled and so on. A bit like replacing reflection-based code with code generators, yeah. So I agree with that. I mean, there are stored procedures have their place, and business logic like that is probably a good one for it, but I still prefer to have C# code that I can have in the application with the way that CI/CD currently works, where we can make the code change and deploy pretty much within minutes. Even if I am using the whole CI/CD pipeline, do a PR and all of that stuff, it's still a lot more maintainable to me than having a stored procedure in a database that I could just completely muck up and not be able to go back to the original version of it, unless I had been smart enough to create a backup of the full database, including stored procedures, which I do, by the way. Then Dukesoft responded, oh, cool, that makes sense. Plump Tardigrade says, have to head out. All right, see you later. May everyone's coffee be strong and everlasting. Thank you. Have a lovely rest of the stream. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Zerk says, I may have zoned out, but are we making the calls to stored procedures easier to identity in code, or are we also going to convert them to C#? I want them to be C#, but I want them to be efficient C#, and I'm not smart enough to convert. Let me show you the one that is the hardest for me right now. So this one here immediately calls this check multiple lab lot IC stored procedure with the ID and file name that we got from querying for all of the stored procedures. Yeah, and even looking at this, it's like the TBL imported TRN table would have multiple records that match this lab lot. So this is selecting the first TRN file name, TRN ID, where the TRN ID is the primary key for that table, which means that every record associated with this lab lot would have a different TRN ID. So anyway, we're checking for multiple lab lot IC for the first record's TRN file name, TRN ID. So then we go over to that one. And I didn't have this in text files that I could easily access. I would be in SQL Server Management Studio or in SQL Server Object Explorer trying to go to these. I don't know why I'm doing it this way, because now I can just filter, grab it here. And then this does, so we are now looking, we aren't even using the ID. Oh, that's why. So we're now looking in that same table for distinct lab lot installation code combinations for records that have that same file name. And if there's more than one, then we add an error using the first TRNID, error code 990 hard coded, and this additional message, and that's what shows up in the UI. So I wouldn't even know where to go look for that error message very easily. Then it does another stored procedure call on the same lab lot that it found before, or that gets passed in. And it does all of this logic. And then it adds errors based on, like, look at all of these additional stored procedures that this one calls. And so this one is getting the distinct TRNID from pretty much the same table, grouped by installation code, lab, and lot. And then doing this on the first one for each of them. The method code can't be blanked, can't be blank. It's not even like looping through them either. It's just doing it on the first one that it finds. So it does all of these. And again, we're going through the same data over and over and over. And so if I translated this the brute force way that I would, which is just take the logic from inside of the stored procedure, where that outer one calls this other method, that method calls these methods, and then these methods all have their method bodies. These all probably have their own select from table. Nope, they're just checking the values at this point, but still there are some other ones where we're selecting all of the records from this table multiple times, when we could just select all of the records from that table once. So then I'd have to figure out how to combine all of them and unwrap it and make it into a comprehensive version of that one stored procedure that is also performant. And that's not easy, at least not for me. It may be easy for you, but not for me. Snobble said, no AI is needed to just exclude Snobble comments. And Marcus Voice Coder says, next time you update the extension, it should work. Awesome. And only show from the current workspace or folder. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Automated Realms did not respond. Automated Realms, or Dukesoft says, Automated Realms, dream on. Dream on. Marcus Voice Coder says, I've only tested it with workspace. Snobble says, because you mentioned you had 211 sprocs, I had to count how many we have in our client DBs, and it's 408. I mean, if I counted all of our DB stored procs, I think this one has the second most stored procs. So I think this may be another 200. And then, yeah, chain of custody and STRAC would be the other two that have quite a few. So chain of custody, STRAC. Oh, and DDMS. Oh man, DDMS. But I turned all of the DDMS ones into C# methods. That's frozen. That's bad. Oh dear. Hopefully that doesn't, the stream is not going to crash because of it. Wait a minute. Last time Visual Studio froze, it was because the hard drive was failing. That was Visual Studio Code that froze. While we're waiting for that, let's just continue on chat, shall we? Zerg says, I wouldn't want to look at the execution plan for some of those procedures, seriously. Snubble says, we stored all stored procedures in the Git repo and deployed to SQL so we don't really lose sprocs. That would be smart. We have so many in so many different databases. It's frozen. Let it go. Thank you, Dikusa. Where am I? DC Aggie said, no, Snobble said, but it takes a bit of effort to do so. Granted. DC Aggie said, in many cases, a simple lift and shift from stored proc to C# is going to have performance issues because the stored procs are written to leverage the server in ways that aren't efficient when run directly in your app. Exactly. Yeah. It either needs to be the first step, with later steps being refactoring to include performance, or more like, instead of lift and shift, you need to document the business logic. You're going somewhere with this, and re-implement C# using OOP and writing for efficient use of a remote database. So that is, we're one step into that with this project here. Yeah, let me see if the heart, yeah, everything is still working fine. I can still use Windows Explorer. We can see all of our drives. So it's not a failing drive again. Not this time. It's just Visual Studio. So I am going to try to get that one closed. And maybe we can make it to the actual RTRAC application here shortly. Which is why where to keep business logic is an important choice to make early on. True. So yeah, so this is one of those cases where the stuff that Copilot agent mode is doing in Visual Studio Code on the other computer is important, where it is giving me the overall documentation of what each of them do. Then maybe I can find all of the critical ones and document them fully to make sure that we can rewrite the logic based off of the documentation of the code itself, of what that stored procedure does. So I agree wholeheartedly. Zerg says, I mean, I would have to really look, but I doubt I'd be able to get it any faster than you. I mean, I haven't really done much other than convert lift and shift, as DC Aggie called it. I guess there were a couple of places where I did try to make it like, let's just query for all of the records that we care about up front. TBL imported TRN, where the lab and lot are these two lab and lots that get passed in. Then work on that set. Because we're not modifying those records. We can do that as one query, as no tracking, super fast query, and pass around that list of returned objects to all of the other methods that are trying to do operations on them. But there's still so many loops that happen in each one of those iterations, each one of the stored procedures, that it's like, can we just have one big loop through all of the records and do all of the checks that we need to do? That would be the most performant, I think, way of doing it. All right, trying to crash Visual Studio. Here I go. Go. Okay. Deflux is here. Hey, Deflux. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Dukesoft says, Deflux streams. Deflux says, whoa. Dukesoft says, is it frozen? Let it go. That was way off key. Doesn't matter. My throat is parched. Deflux says, I try and do everything using migrations in EF. Yeah, and I do too. As far as database updates, I'm trying not to update the databases as they are. They are very finicky databases, and this is one of those instances where TBD Gamer would caution against, where he's like, when you have code that feels like if you touch it, it's going to fall apart, that's when you know you have an issue. So may as well go ahead and do the work to fix it, which I'm going to do. Hopefully we have time. But right now, this is our current focus, our current effort, the thing that they're going to be using the most. Then we're going to get to, no, wrong one. Then we're going to get to DDMS. That's going to be fun. I'm really, really looking forward to making improvements to DDMS. Oh, no. STRAC, putting that into RMA chain of custody. Then DDMS. Okay. Entity framework doesn't always produce efficient queries. True. And Deflux says, yeah, not in all cases, but in code first databases that are optimized, it's seldom in, if ever, there being a performance issue. And DC Aggie said, legacy code which currently works, but which you don't dare touch. Exactly. And I'm trying to not be afraid of that. I want to do things in a modern way, including reorganizing the database structure itself without losing backwards compatibility. So everything is dependent on the API layer currently. So as long as I can update the database structure and leave the API layer alone, or not alone, but leave the client side alone, where it's just asking the API layer for whatever it wants the database to do, and the API is giving it back the same type of objects, then we're good. The problem is, how do I execute a database change where the RTRAC database is touched by STRAC and RMA water and RMA chain of custody? So how do I coordinate that change when it touches 4 applications without, yeah, it's just such a big task. There's a lot to it. All right, Zerg says, I mean, if you are sure your query results in a collection of multiple record, you may be able to use concurrent collection and then parallelize the work over every record. And in a lot of cases, I don't even need concurrent collection because we aren't modifying any elements in that collection at all. We really aren't. I could just have them all operate on the same object, since it's all just get. Give me the information compared to another one. Yeah, and then parallelize the work over every record. But yeah, so that is a thought. I definitely have a lot of thoughts for how to do it more efficiently and more gooder, but I need the time to be able to do that. So right now, instead, I'm going to focus my efforts on just making sure that all of the existing logic will be in the upgraded .NET version first. Then we can focus on UI stuff, improving the maintainability of the stored procedures by turning them into C# or just making it easier. I don't know. We'll find out. That's something I would try, but I don't know the depth of the procedure spaghetti. It's pretty bad. Snobble says, that describes our front end. And Deflux says to DC Aggie, a whole new meaning to leaving a legacy. DC Aggie laughed, and then AZ Vocal Local, welcome in. I hope you're having a great day so far. DC Aggie says, or AZ says to DC Aggie, leave the legacy alone until some doge like C level says, hey, know all those internal Windows Forms apps? Make them WinUI. Shake my, that's what I think it says, head. Or smack my face hard. That's how I'm going to read it for now. AZDC Haggy. You know what I meant. Snubble says paralyzed might be faster, but very seldom more efficient. Yeah, and in this case, it's really not going to be necessary since we have 1 or 2 users on this app at a time, at most. Performing record checks at that. So this is like a once a day occurrence. Okay, so I've caught up in chat. Let us go over to the actual RTRAC migration project now, and we can talk more about that. And this thing has finished its current effort. Oh, it's so close. It is almost done. Yay, so close. Okay, so I think it's going to take 1 or 2 more continue button presses and we will be done. Then we'll have a little bit of a review of the actual comments that it generated, just to spot check a few. Then we will commit it, do a PR, get the new NuGet packages, update the NuGet package in this application, and start using them. So, Yeah. I mean, look at this. Look at all of these join tables. One, the databases were not originally set up in a way where they had navigation properties, where they had foreign keys, where most of them didn't even have primary keys on the table. That was one of the first things that I was like, this is a relational database situation. It's not like they're using NoSQL. We should probably have primary keys. Probably. So yeah, so there's a lot of manual joins that you'll see happening because the tables don't have navigation properties. Which again, in itself just causes a whole bunch of performance issues. And this one is just a submit TRN request, not even the record check. To do, rewrite logic to, since I believe we are thinking it will be creating multiple emails, we should only have it create one email with references to all submitted TRNs, or maybe each TRN really does get its own file. Yeah, so we're definitely just going to, when we're ready to do it, we're going to use the context. I mean, we'll do it right, but I just want to show it. Do I want to show it, or do I just want to type things that don't really make sense to type? Don't even have a cancellation token passed in? What am I doing? And this procedure is essentially just going to be my RTRAC context.procedures.csp_submit TRN with all of the things that it needs in for that stored procedure. So we'll see. I'm sure the R in RDBMS isn't important. Says DC Aggie. Zerg says to Snobble, true. I believe there is a, this is on the parallelization that doesn't necessarily mean more efficient. I believe there is a preference to use task instead most of the time. Yeah, and the efficiency just comes at the cost of resource usage. Yeah, the college I work at teaches MS SQL without any kind of relationship. What? Like, I went to university and ended up making my major, my focus being enterprise databases. And yeah, how can you go through an entire course without learning about relational with Microsoft SQL? Anyway, I had to rewrite the entire course. Still not done. Goodness me. And that's when DC Aggie said his comment. DC Aggie said, also, I work at a university. I don't know what we teach, but we have plenty of RI in our actual databases. I mean, I'm assuming it has to do with relationships, but I don't know what the I in it means. Zerg says to DC Aggie, even worse, the only reason they don't is because the person who wrote it doesn't understand the object relationships. Goodness. I had to rewrite the entire course. I'm still not done, says Zerg. DC Aggie says, yeah, the emphasis on my degree is relational data design. Awesome. Referential integrity. Okay. Deflex says, some software devs are just bad at relationships. True. True. T. Williams is here. Hello, T. Williams. Says, well, I screwed up. When I went to university like a dumbass, I majored in girls. Was that dumb, though? Did you get some life experience from it? Like, I didn't really learn a lot from university. I keep saying this. I learned integrity, determination, self-discipline, a lot of those life skills. I learned how to drink a lot. and not be able to hold it either. Which is not great. But it is something that I learned. I learned that I can make all of my troubles go away and then come back threefold if I just drink the night away, or even the day, which is something I don't recommend at all. Don't do that. Okay. The relationship with my database suffered. Zerk says T. Williams. SQL says no. Dugsoft said, maybe I should add using in front of my var context equals await context factory. Yes. Okay. So this pattern here, if you aren't discarding your DB context and you are in fact using DB context factory, which it looks like you are, I would highly recommend using await using. And await using just because this is also asynchronous and therefore it uses iasync disposable instead of just regular idisposable. So when this is done, it will dispose the context. That is not always what you want to happen if you are still using that context in other calls. So for example, one of the things that my helper methods do is they will take an optional RTRAC context. And I don't want at the end of that call, if it has an optional RTRAC context, for it to dispose the RTRAC context, because that means that I'm still using it in the method that called it. Yeah, so Zerk says they still prefer using the scoped version of this, which is just the curly braces and the parentheses. Although I don't know where the await goes. If you can even do await with that syntax. In fact, I'm struggling to even remember what that syntax looks like. I put the parentheses in the wrong place, didn't I? I think the using goes on the outside. Yeah, okay. It's been so long since I've used this version of it. But yeah, that way it disposes when you tell it you are done with the object. But in most cases, if I'm starting a DB context, I'm going to use it from the point that I am creating the DB context until the end of that method. And so that is my entire not found. Not found. Oh, very kind of you to say, though, T. Williams. I accept your compliment and refute it at the same time, in the same breath. DC Aggie said, update president set first buddy equals null, where ID equals 47. 42? SQL just wants to be friends. You got the friend zone? I think that's a phrase. I don't know phrases. I don't know cool things. But the thing that I was saying that T. Williams said was select star where goat equals 1 lion. 1 row found. No rows found. No rows found. Do I scream like a goat? Where are we? This thing that you see me dismissing on occasion is called Don't Dox Yourself, aka No Dox. No Dox. Which is created by one of our friends named Thindle. You saw him in here earlier. And it is a Visual Studio extension that will hide the values in XML and JSON files, unless and until you push the button to display them. Go, I'd say satire. Or satyr, depending on how you feel like saying it. I'm not angry at that. TBD is back. TBD says, please don't try. To refute it or what? What am I trying? What am I trying too hard at? What am I doing try hard at? T. Williams says, so you're saying there's a type mismatch? Yes. Yes. Exactly. Zerk says, for me, it's just more about immediately being able to see where an object's lifetime ends. Maybe I'm a control freak. No, you have a preference, and it is an absolutely valid preference to have. If it helps you maintain your code better, or just code in general, then yeah, please, please, please use it. TBD Gamer said, still waiting for Thindle to do the writer version. That would be cool. He could probably vibe code it now. I hate saying that. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to be okay with it because it is current terminology and I'm not gonna bleep it out every time. I'm just gonna say it like it's a thing. I just hate that they stole the word vibe and put it in front of that and made it so bad. Okay, TBD said, you should. You said, should I scream like a goat? Is that what I said? Do I scream like a goat? Oh, that was what the please don't try. But no, I said, do I? Do I scream like a goat? Where's the swear jar? I mean, we could use one of my cups when I empty it out. This does belong in that cup. Rat coated. Oh man, I forgot to tell you. I don't know if you can see it, but I think I know who I'm cosplaying as for Halloween this year. Harry Potter. I was in the kitchen. Wait, is that your bot that didn't? Oh, TBD Gamer. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for that. That is super duper kind of you. So let me tell you what happened because of that. Swear jar topped off. I was in the kitchen and I had just pulled something out of the microwave and it was really hot. So I took it over to the counter and then I turned and I grabbed something else and it fell on the floor. And then I reached down to pick it up and then I got up really fast and bam, smacked my forehead right against the corner of the microwave door. I have no idea how it happened. The door is never ajar. It is always a door. And that time, the door was a face. So it took some of my skin. And that's when he came up with the idea for the flux capacitor. Great Scott! Man, but thank you so much for that. That is super kind of you. You gave 5 gift subs to the community. Not just any community, but people that have been active here. President Not Sure, Cutie Kitty, Stony Eagle, Practic326. Although I haven't really seen Practic326 speaking, but I feel your energy, so thank you so much. And I am Merlin. I am a Merlin. I keep calling him I am Merlin. I am Groot. I am Merlin. And no, I have no idea what the I am Groot stuff is either. But yes, thank you so much for the bits, Dukasoft. You guys are insane. T. Williams says, today I'm rewriting VB6 code. We're almost there. Well, although it's going to be VB.NET code. We're going to be rewriting the STRAC application as Blazor, which is VB.NET currently. But we might still need to re-reference the VB6 code, the original VB6 code. Who knows? You guys get to play with all the fun stuff, says TBD. 10 hours of Python. So I'm now reading chat from the most recent to the older. Zurich says, 10 hours of Python working on voice trainer and inferer. I'm going insane. You can do it. You can do it. Now I'm jumping back. DC Aggie says, concussion is the mother of invention sometimes too? Question mark? Yes. Then E to the Twipi says, VB6, it's still alive in 2025. You better believe it. DC Aggie says to T. Williams, that will be cathartic to rip apart and replace with a bit of sanity. I loved VB6 though. I really, really did. The designer, the GUI designer that you got, you click on the button, it takes you to where you write the action for it. It's all event driven. Nothing does anything until you push a button, until you interact with it. It was the best. I miss those days. Very, very simple. You didn't even have to worry about having improper casing on your variables because they would automatically capitalize or automatically match the case of your misspelled original variable, and you could never ever get it to rename to the right casing for that variable. Oh, good times. Good times. Snubble says, where I work, there's a VB projects, often around 10 million lines of code plus. Jeez. DC Aggie says, yes, technically .NET didn't replace VB6 and it is therefore a current project. E to the 2i5 says, I will say VB6 was a nice language to learn on. Much better than QBasic. True. Although I did enjoy QBasic as well. Helium says, I created a VM for VB6 code because I refused to install it on my system. That was the worst. That was the pits. Trying to convert these applications without having VB6 installed on my machine. And it wasn't by choice. It was because I was working off of a government computer and we couldn't install the application. It was really, really annoying. So I got used to reading the designer as if it was the GUI. Yes, thank you so much for the hype train. You guys are incredible. Whoa, that one's cool. Oh, I like it. Oh, I like yours too. Spill the tea. Nice. Also Pascal. Yeah, I was typing that at the same time. As DC Aggie saying, no, Delphi or Pascal love? Question man? Oh, bring back Turbo Pascal. I want to use Delphi again, says TBD. Then that's when E to the 2i was like, I was saying also Pascal. I never learned Pascal. I don't even know what it looks like. I grew up on a Commodore 64 with BASIC, and then QBasic in middle school, and then VB6 a long way into high school, like 1998, and then C, C++, Java, and then VB.NET, and then C#. And then I stayed. And then I was like, stay. I call. Going back to assembly, says Zerg. And DC Aggie, we're on a wavelength. TBD. All three of you. I may go to church and not come back today, says T. Williams. Worship your food, eat it well, and thank it for the sacrifice it's made for you. It looks like Ada. Oh, I don't know what Ada looks like. Marcus said, I liked QBasic because we had one page of keywords and memorized them all. Yep. I loved making music on QBasic, using QBasic. Yeah, I went right from Atari Basic to Java and C++. President Not Sure said, and C. DC Aggie said, I learned OOP in Pascal, so give credit blame to that, or give. I'm sure you can parse that in your head. I need to push continue. Only a few left. Oh, it's getting so close. Cool, cool. Map update, map file. Now you're on map update. Well, okay. T. Williams said, there's so much spaghetti, I have to run it to figure out what it's doing. 15 forms, each form has an ADO control and its own connection. Yes. Same as our STRAC is. Same as DDMS used to be. Yeah. Except, no, I think it was still the case. The first remake of those desktop applications, we wrote in a way where it had inheritance, and they were all from a data form that carried the ADO context, whatever it's called, connection. And then of course, oh man, you know what pairs well with Phoebe 6 applications? Crystal reports. Trauma. So much trauma. Okay, where are we? T. Williams said, I may go to lunch and not come back today. Well, thank you so much for being here as long as you were and for engaging in chat. President Not Sure said, this happened at a company I worked at once, which is the going to lunch and not coming back. They wondered where the guy went. And then TBD is talking about, I spent 6 years on lunch once. No, I spent around 6 years at the beginning of my career doing basic and DGUX. Diagramming? No idea. I don't want to go back to those days. Choo Choo, we got a cat. Oh, yours is awesome, Dukasoft. There's a cat with glasses. Oh, I love that one. That one's so cool. Each of the two iPi says, back when Borland was a thing, the C++ builder was hard to use, but Pascal was pretty good. TBD Gamer said, also got to use Oracle Forms, yes, around 2002. Never will I go near PL SQL and that again. I got to use Toad as my management system for Oracle, and that's when I truly learned. You were talking about this earlier about schemas not really being used. That's when I truly learned about how schemas work. Schemas in Oracle are a different beast than schemas in SQL Server, in Microsoft SQL. Except that TBD isn't going to hear it because he's like, nope, you said Crystal reports. I'm out. Alert. DCI said, at my previous employer, I'm going for a walk was my code to my boss to mean, you won't see me until tomorrow because if I stay here, I will say something that will get HR involved. Mine was just, let me sneak out for lunch and have a wine cooler. TBD lurked because I said Crystal reports. I said the magic words. Where's that swear jar again? Marcus Voice Coder said to TBD, it was really crazy having a UI interface programmed with a database language. Yeah. And DC Aggie says, in Oracle, so much of my life wasted trying to understand PL SQL and getting .NET and Oracle data types to line up. Not gonna happen. Even today. Mod, please add Crystal reports to the fan words list, please. Zerg says, I'm annoyed .NET Core removed the graph component in WinForms. I'm annoyed .NET Core removed system.data.ui.visualizations because that relied so heavily on Windows libraries that they couldn't have it in .NET Core, cross-platform .NET Core. That made the RMA water charts duper super hard. This is RMA water. Who let that login page be light mode? So this application generates tons and tons and tons of charts. Oh, we need an actual well. Give me this one. Give me. Why doesn't that button work? Dang it. Okay, we're going to look at the water levels for that well from the beginning of time until now. This chart was a JFree chart in the original application. Then when I converted this to .NET Framework, I found the system.data.visualization.ui, one of those namespaces. And it generated charts that looked exactly and were configured exactly like JFree chart was configured. Then I went to .NET Core. And then I found that namespace does not exist. So this application ended up being a .NET Framework API that serves charts that get generated using that original library and the .NET Core Blazor application on top of it. It was just really, really, really hard getting to this point. It was a very, very involved process trying to find another charting thing, charts.js, whatever else. I tried it all, and I could not generate charts that were standard to the ones that they were using for the reports, because these all get put into those reports that I was talking about earlier. Yep. I have to push continue again. One moment, please. Oh, before I push continue, I have to reformat, save, do a commit. Oh, it's almost done. I really do hope it finishes. Wait, is it done? No, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ah, and then a bunch more. Jeez, there's still like 30 left. I thought there were a lot fewer. Okay, so that's going to keep going. The charter API, yeah. Looks a bit like Age of Empires. Goodness. So Dukasoft fixed the command to say, if we do ! Crystal, we get T. Williams just loves crystal reports. Zerg says, I draw a graph for my custom glucose sensor. Out of all the things, drawing the graph was the worst. Yeah, I really, really did not like working with this library at all. But since most of it translated from the JFree chart that was already in the original JSP application, it wasn't as difficult, but it was still pretty hard to do. Okay, thank you. Please dismiss. Arigato momichi. Where are we? Dukasoft said I had a pair. T. Williams said, off the top of my head, I'd probably make that from a DevExpress dashboard. I didn't want to use external third-party libraries, especially ones that have licenses for commercial use. Although I don't know if these are considered commercial use because it's just for our organization and we're not selling this as software. It's just, there was a lot of stuff to learn at the time, and I just ended up making my own components. Dukasoft said, I had a pair of racing snails. I removed their shells to make them more aerodynamic, but they became sluggish. Zerg says, I prefer not to use third-party stuff, mostly because I want to learn how to do stuff myself. That was one of the things that I was going after. I don't mind using third-party stuff, but I found that I tend to expect it to work in a specific way, and when it doesn't, I get frustrated quickly with it, but that's a me thing. So I would rather have something that I know how it's put together and that I can manipulate in whatever way I want. Like this table here, making a data grid or using a data grid was what I tried doing with this. And I tried starting it off using Radzin, and I do like Radzin. So don't take this as me saying Radzin is bad. I do like Radzin. It was just I wasn't able to style this in the way that I wanted to style it. And even now, it's like not even styled. I guess one of the major things was being able to sort by multiple columns. And I did that in DDMS. But I could have sworn that I had a way to control click on columns to sort by multiple columns in a specific order. And yeah, anyway. That's not only a you thing. T. Williams says, same here. Oh, jeez. I didn't drop anything. You dropped it. Okay, so that's RMA water. Welcome. I dropped the ball, says Zerg. Wait. You wait. Tell me to wait. I ain't gonna wait. Time waits for no one, and I am time. What even? Okay, so where are we? We did do a thing once in this application. I'm still really confused where exactly we are. So these here, as I mentioned before, are the conversions of the stored procedure to C#, and they're fine. Like the ones that are just pure select from this table, give us back all of these things, they're okay. They're fine. We can do that. So that just gives us a list of TRNs. So this combination of 2-letter code plus 4-letter code represents a transfer file, a TRN. And that's the one where this 15-minute timeout on production that populates this table here, or this select list here. There is a version of it for each of those screens. There's the version of it for the records check. There's a version of it for the chain of custody check. And there's a version of it for the finalize, which you don't see on this, whatever we call these, roll. More water, drop water. I don't want to drop water. I don't have a ball. I have an emotional support dragon egg. Please don't drop that. Actually, they're probably tough enough that even if you did, it wouldn't bother it. Oh dear. That did a lot. That did a lot of them. Holy cow. Nooksu cow. It means white warrior. Does it though? Okay, now we're getting really close to the end. Okay. DC Aggie says, I'll be driving back to Utah soon. These 6-hour drives are getting old. It's only 6 hours to Utah? I guess. Isn't it like Tuesday? Oh, Nevada, not Arizona. Goodness. I was like, isn't it 2 states away? Yeah, in July, I guess I'll start announcing this now. So about a month and a half from now, I will be taking a week off of streaming because I will be on a family trip. Kind of like that time we went to Mexico. What, 2 years ago? Last year? So yeah, and I am not flying because I am not climbing, climbing. I'm not flying. I really don't want to do airports ever again, especially Denver International. But I just don't want to do airports. So I'll be driving, and we're renting a vehicle because I don't have experience driving the electric car long distance, and I have no idea how much longer it'll make the trip. I'm thinking it'll add at least 1 hour per charge, and we'll have to charge 4 times, so maybe 4 hours to the trip. And we're going 2 states over. Yeah, we're going 2 states over. It's gonna be fun. So we're taking a 2-day driving trip to get there, stopping in Kansas City. Yeah, I mean, we should have probably rented a bigger vehicle, but we're just doing whatever efficient vehicle we can that hopefully isn't terrible as far as comfort is concerned. Anyway, Marcus says, I don't even do traffic jams anymore. Yeah, I don't either. Like, I haven't driven in a long, long time, but when I do, I drink Dos Equis. No, don't drink and drive. That was a terrible joke. That was poor timing for that joke to come through. I wasn't thinking. No drinking and driving. The car that I currently have, not my fault. Not my fault. It's your fault. I blame you. Thinking is optional. No, it's not. Pay attention to the road when you drive. When you drive, there's nothing else you should be doing except driving. That's my opinion. That's my hot take. Don't do anything else while you're driving other than focus on driving. It may be boring. It may not be the most entertaining thing for you to do, but it's not about you. It's about the other people that are on the road. So pay attention. Anyway, now that I'm saying that, the electric vehicle that I have has the smart cruise control thing that a lot of cars have now. So most of the time, even if there is traffic and I'm in a traffic jam, the car is accelerating and decelerating itself. And watch out for cyclists, especially if you're going on mountain trips. Goodness griefus. There is this mountain drive. I can't remember what the name of the loop is called, but man, there's like a road that's this wide, and you have cyclists going both directions, cars going both directions, and then people on motorcycles that are like, oh, this is a mountain. That means that I have to go fast and show everyone how cool I am. And trying to squeeze in between cars. Oh my goodness. Sounds just like Kent. And people running and people walking, of course. It's just a very, very busy, the end. A very, very busy. Oh, how close are we? I want this to finish before the tokens run out. You can do it. You can do it. So it's using Claude Sonnet 4, and I would bring it onto screen, but again, it's on a different computer. But essentially, I'm just in Visual Studio Code using GitHub Copilot and pushing continue or saying, yes, please continue. In between efforts. And it's doing really, really, really good. So I just hope that it can finish 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There are 14 methods left for it to look up the stored procedure file, read, understand that stored procedure, and write an XML comment on the method for that stored procedure. Oh my goodness, this is so close. But I love Claude. Claude has been the most reliable AI agent mode thing so far that I feel like I am coding with a partner as opposed to something that's going off on its own and just doing random things. It feels very synergetic when I'm working with it. Yeah, there are certain things that it's good at. There are probably many things that I don't use it for that it's not good at. Such as in Zerg saying Claude wasn't very helpful with my direct show problem. Todd, it's not a total... Todd. Claude, it's not a total Claude. CLOD. Claude worm. Yeah. Okay. We haven't done anything on RTRAC, but we are like... Yeah, this feels really, really bad for me because you know me. I want to give my client the money, their money's worth of my time. So, yeah. So hopefully this will finish before the end of the stream though, so that we can see it together, maybe do some review on it, and then I will burn through it from there. But yeah, this here is an example of one of the issues that I had with just calling the stored procedure directly. I didn't know about first executing SQL raw execute as, that would affect the current context. So if I did, for example, database, oh wait, no, RTRAC's context, RTRAC context dot database dot execute raw SQL. Oh wait. I could have at the very beginning of every session added execute raw SQL, execute as, and then pass in the name. And in this case, I have access to the claims identity because I made this service one that has access to the HTTP context and is able to get the active user from that HTTP context. So user, oh, I guess it's just user because it's expecting a, oh no, this is user.identity.name. So that'll give me the username, which is non-nullable. And like, I don't really know what to do here. I know I'm always going to have a user. Oh, I think I maybe made a helper for this. I did not make a helper for this. Oh, yes, I did right here. I don't want to use the null forgiveness operators in this case because I know that if I am at this method, I will have a valid user. There is no way that this method could be called directly without having a valid user. And if it is not intended functionality of the code, so there should be an error that gets thrown. But whatever. Anyway, this username will get SQL parameterized, get used as the SQL parameter for this. And from now on, we would be executing the database functionality as that user, which means they have to have a valid SQL login, all of that fun stuff. How did you pause without doing any more? Continue. So yeah, this is going to be good. And then I'd be able to just use the stored procedures directly. So I guess I can show you what the app looks like currently. which is still not great. I mean, it's still, as I mentioned before, UI is an afterthought. And the username from HTTP context is this. Yeah, so that all has to, oh, I said I was going to show how I do that. But yes, that all does have to be synchronized. And the way that I'm doing it, I might have to open another project to fully show it. There's an error. You're an error. Right, I don't have my cache anymore. We'll fix that in a second. The way that I'm currently doing that is I have a separate identity library, which is just the .NET 8 identity scaffolding extracted to its own Razor class library so that I can use the same configurations that I have across all of the applications. They have the same identity system. They all use the same identity table, the same email provider for being able to send forgot password email confirmations, all of those things. So I did that in one project so I didn't have to repeat that code in multiple projects. And I have an option, which I don't have set here, which is going to need to be set, to update synchronize SQL to identity credentials. So every time a user logs into this application, I will automatically create a new SQL user, use their ASP.NET Core identity roles for this application, for this database, to give them the appropriate roles in the database. And password, of course, to match their existing application password. So that's what this does, and that all happens in that external library. So in this case, the user wouldn't even know that they have a SQL login. The only thing they would know is that they have an ASP.NET Core identity login, and their username in that ASP.NET Core identity login will always be just user.name or some valid username that doesn't have email address like qualities to it. Ooh. Getting a little dizzy. I don't know why. So yeah, we have some errors. And those errors are coming from, I'm guessing, a NuGet restore that didn't correctly complete. Yep. I need to download this directly from our Azure DevOps. We used to use, goodness, my brain. We used to use Visual Studio Team Services back when it was called that, and whatever it was called just before that. We used to use it, and we used Team Foundation server as the, or Team Foundation version control. Sorry, we didn't even have our own TFS. We used VSTS, but we used Team Foundation version control as our version control. It's kind of in the name. So one of the things we had was a file share, and how do I get their password? Isn't it hashed? Yes, and I have a way of doing that. Actually, no, sorry. The application on the server side will receive their unhashed password. So when they are logging in, that's when it does the SQL synchronization. So they're filling out the login form, they hit login, it does the check on their username, checks to see if there is an existing SQL user, with that username if I have this option turned on. Checks to see if there's an existing SQL login with that username. If there is, then it synchronizes the password to the one that they just used to try to log in, provided the login was successful, of course. So it does this after making sure they're a valid user, making sure that their password is for their ASP.NET Core Identity login, all of those things. Whew. Just shuffle it around a bit. Kind of what it feels like. Yeah. Like if I had a specific algorithm for that, but I mean, it's a small organization. Even if we do create a SQL login, it's only going to be for, actually, no, I add the execute stored procedure role to them. I don't know. Oh yeah. I was like, I don't know what that is, but it's the thing that you posted in the Discord. I remember. I don't always remember, but I remember. So anyway, this is still a Team Foundation version control thing. That's all I was trying to get to. So since we aren't using Team Foundation version control, the only thing that I can really do with this is download to not work stuff, dev drive. It's not called dev drive anymore. I need to relabel this. Well, yes. I needed that relabeled. Okay, so this needs to be RMA-ent, I think was the path it was looking for it in. RMA-ent, file share, NuGet local. Now I'm have the time of my life. Ooh, it says that it's done. Let me verify. Keep. Reformat. So one thing that I've noticed Claude doing specifically in Visual Studio Code is putting the new content at the end of a previous line. Thankfully, it doesn't cause any compilation issues. It just, because there's a semicolon, but it's not formatted properly. Okay, what I need to know is, are there, well, I guess we'll look at it on this screen. Completed final comments, commit and push, which I guess means we can now close out of that computer. Once I verify that the push happened, it did. RTRAC database that froze last time. Vibe drive. What is Vibe drive? Oh, dev drive. That's mean. I still very much enjoy writing code. I am just also a fan of leveraging all of the tools I have at my disposal to produce more. Set as startup project. To be more productive. Cool. Okay. So here are our stored procedures. And the place that I had it do all of the comments are in the interface for the stored procedures. And I showed this a little earlier, but we should now have stored XML document comments for every single one of the stored procedure methods. Yeah, we're back here. So what we're going to search for is, I know it wasn't a dig. I didn't take it as a dig. I'm sorry that I made it sound like it, because I do often take offense to everything. We're going to search for summary, new line, 1, 2, 3, 4, // new line, 1, 2, 3, 4, // space, And this just looks for any empty summary block. And there are none. There are none. Good, good, good. Oops. Good. Hey, Control Z works in the find, finally. I don't know if you've ever tried pushing Control Z when you accidentally make a typo while you're trying to search for something, but it undoes whatever your last action was in the IDE, as opposed to undoing the text that you changed in the find. That's pleasant. I'm happy about that. Okay. Yeah, comments just made this file extremely massive. But it's going to be so helpful when I'm just able to look for a certain error number and see what the description of that error is. So if we went to this stored procedure, undos and undon'ts, says Dukesoft. If we went to this stored procedure and we evaluated it with our vision, with our parser known as eyeballs and Wayne, to see that error 2016 will get added to our errors table. Redon't. Wow. Wow. Philosophical. A little too philosophical. Oh man. Calm down. So the analysis type must be 1B for flag codes containing T. So if flag code contains T, if char index of T in the flag code is greater than 0, that means it found T in the flag code, and AT, which, by the way, AT does not always mean analysis type. So the fact that this thing knew that it was the analysis type that it was referring to because of this, that's nice. So if the analysis type is not 1B and the flag code contains a T, then we add error 2016. We also add error 2017 if the flag code is R or S and GCMS, whatever that stands for. Oh, it doesn't know. Something about method, something, I don't know. And GCMS is N, which means that it's not a GCS method because we don't know how to use bools. We don't know how to use data type bit to represent a Boolean in the database. We have to have a Y or an N or some random character. But it kind of looks like it also just read this, which I'm okay with. That also means that it knows. And this statement was wrong too. It's not flag code N, R, or S. It's flag code R or S, and GCMS is N. So even this comment was wrong, but it got it right. Yeah. This is good. This is really good. I'm going to be able to look at the stored procedure, or I'm going to be able to find the error code in the doc for the stored procedure and be able to read what is causing that error code to show up. One more spot check. Let's do whatever this is. Shout out to Irish John Games, who will be streaming again S**N within the next, I don't know, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, when he finally gets his house settled. Yeah. Okay. This will emit or add error 807, that is true, when the... Oh, I don't like not having enough screen space. I'm usually not this zoomed in. When the site ID field contains any non-null, non-empty data, so that is this site ID. And again, SI is not always site ID, but it got that from the name of the stored procedures. That's cool. So we have a non-null, non-empty site ID, and and here's the non-null, I guess. And the site type is not QCPE. Then we get error 807. I am happy with this. I am very happy with this. I am ecstatic, I would say. All right, so let us then create the PR for this. And connection manager. And pull requests specifically for, and these are all of the databases, by the way, that are managed through these applications. I'm formerly static. Now I'm part of an instance. X static. We'll let that one simmer. We'll let that one waft through. What database is this? RTRAC. T-Flex. Whoa. Whoa. Why didn't it automatically pick this? It was the most recent one I made changes to. Added stored procedure methods. This includes versions of the overloads for the methods that require a user context. So we can pass in the I principal. It'll execute the stored procedure as that user. I don't need to assign it to anyone. We're all reviewing it together. And it would be cool if, and I'm going to say this now, it would be cool if, because a lot of my work products are only in Azure DevOps, if we also could get Copilot agents in Azure DevOps. Now watch that already be a thing, and I just don't know about it. And I assign this to Copilot. Not that I know of so far. That's fine. That would have been cool. I'd have been X step. Did I already approve it? Okay, so we're going to merge and delete that branch. Deflex is saying, petition to add Azure and Azure OpenAI agent to your app that each day takes the acronym of the app and in the bottom right corner comes up with a unique name for the app and puts it down there. Maybe give it a few screenshots. I feel like the Copilot tooling inside github.com is a great, really, I've kind of liked it. I mean, it's limited, yes, but I'm coming to understand its limitations, and I am using it in ways that either work around its limitations or I complement those limitations by doing whatever those things are myself. That I'm finding that it is not doing so well at the moment. Sorry I haven't been around, but have you set up the Copilot instructions in your file? I don't know. I mean, yes, I have. And for that effort, I need to change it for any other effort that I'm doing though. But for that effort, this is what my file looked like. And my files are too big. My Copilot instructions are much, much too long. I need to learn how to do a better job of giving it concise instructions. But it did really, really well with these. I explained to it what the project is and the project structure, what it is supposed to be doing. And I was telling DC Aggie last week, to use positive wording when instructing Copilot. And the first thing I start off with is, you should not XYZ. But at least I did give it the positive of it shortly after. Instead, you will be updating this file only. You'll be using this. You'll be blah, 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 blah. Tugasoft, thanks. And then I gave it, like, one thing that AI is really good at is if you give it one-shot examples, then it will follow that pattern pretty quickly. So my one-shot example here is, you're going to find methods of this format. You'll have an XML comment that is completely empty other than the summary tags. Then the method underneath it. And this is what it should look like when you are done with it after reading the corresponding stored procedure and understanding the corresponding stored procedure. It should have a filled in summary. It should describe each of the parameters using this syntax, and it should give an indication of the return type. And if it needs user context, then it points to its sister method that takes the iPrincipal. And it did just that in every case. Well, every case. We looked at 2. I mean, I skimmed through it while it was working and I saw a bunch of them, but there are probably instances where it didn't quite get it right. But for now, we're going to be working with this as is, because the ones that we did spot check were perfect, were spot on. And then I did note that this one, there's one stored procedure in the entire database of 200 and however many I said there were, that starts with CPS instead of CSP. And that's the one that I did myself. Or it existed before me, but that's the one that I updated the summary for myself. Speaking of, did it actually update the summary for that one? Because I didn't do as detailed a job as it did. Yeah. So no, it didn't modify the one that I had there, but that's fine. It wasn't that important of a stored procedure. Not as important as record check. So this one is relatively important. Retrieves distinct lab and lot. Oh, that's record check performed. We want the record check method, please. I think it would just be called record check. It's right here. Performs comprehensive record validation checks on laboratory data for a specific lab and lot. True. That is what it does. This is supposed to be the lab code, the lot code. What it returns is the return value from the stored procedure, which is what? Oh, probably like exit codes. I didn't realize that's what they were using this for. And then the cancellation token, and it returns a list of record check results. It does? It does. That's cool. Containing validation status information. Remarks. This method performs a comprehensive validation suite on imported TRN data, including multiple lab lot checks, lot-specific field validation, sample number unique. I mean, it listed all of them. It calls multiple sub-procedures, and those sub-procedures call multiple sub-procedures as well. But if we look at this, this will only generate 2 errors directly from this stored procedure. 8013 method not found and 11,000 missing volumes. But it doesn't tell me how those, what the logic is for those happening. And this one was really hard to figure out. It is a big comment, but I kind of need all of this information when I'm working with these stored procedures, so I don't have to go to the stored procedure itself. Because like this one, for example, final lab lot. When you think of something that is called final lab lot, the word final in front of it kind of sounds like, and you know that this system has a status workflow where it moves from preliminary into submitted into finalized. There's a stored procedure called final lab lot that seems like it should be doing something as far as changing its status. Like this is a verb, final lab lot, but that's not what it does. Instead, it queries for lab lots, TRNs, that are eligible for final processing. So it just gives back a list of records, essentially, that match the criteria. And it doesn't do any database updates or anything like that. So then there's this one called finalize lab lot. And you're like, oh, that's the one that will change it. No, this is identifies lab lots that are ready for finalization based off of the data. It's pretty much the same stored procedure. And you're like, so which one of these stored procedures based on the name is the one that actually performs the status change from from submitted to finalized? Yeah, I don't like these at all. But anyway, hello, Marin. How are you doing? Do you think a course from Coursera are scam? I do not. I heard from someone that they make their courses long, like 30 hours, on purpose to make people think they are paying for a full depth in course. Oh, okay. I've never paid for a course on Coursera. I've only ever taken their free courses because they have a ton of free courses. The ones that are free, I have found, are from presenters, instructors that want people to have this information. I don't know what Coursera is like nowadays, though. The last time that I used it would have been in 2020 or maybe 2021. But Frank is here. Hi, Frank. How are you doing? I was responding to Frank earlier with that comment about the long comments. Comment about long comments. Yeah, I English well. Most good, very yes, I do. But Frank is another .NET developer that is amazing, wonderful, great person to be around. Check out his streams. He had been working on a dungeon crawler type of dice game in Blazor. He does a whole bunch of other types of projects too that you can definitely share if you want to share more about what you do. We are all ears. All of the ears, every single one of them. Speaking of ears, Frank says, music to my ears. I used to do the same with stored procedures too. Yeah. And if I can document them in a way that I have access to as I'm looking through C# code, instead of needing to go through and script out the stored procedure or come into the database project now that I've put all of the stored procedure text as part of the solution itself. Here in my docs. Nope, not that one. This one. So these are all of the stored procedures for this one database. The problem is that some of these stored procedures also call another database's stored procedures. Yeah. It's just so much spaghetti. So much biscotti. We love you, comrade. Biscotti. All right. Anyway, Zerg says English equals _ optional. Optional is not defined. Compilation error. Frank says bonjour. Hi. What is it? Hi, cloud. It's a cloud? He's a cloud? You are not defined. Yes, that's a perfect response. Thank you. DC Aggie says, I found that courses on Udemy often suffer from oh, did I finish my statement? I hope that I gave you the full statement. Thank you for your question too, Marin. I find that courses on Udemy often suffer from a lot of padding to make them look longer. Yeah, the worst are lots of very short videos with intros and outros or even recaps in each. Stretch a 45-minute course to the 3-hour course that is mostly noise. Yeah, it's kind of like having fluff in stories or in MMOs or in any regular video game even. It's like, yeah, our game features 16 hours of, or sorry, 600 hours of content, and 400 of those hours is just grinding so that you can have good enough gear to progress to the next part of the story. Another 200 hours are spent in trying to find the collectibles that we've hidden throughout the game. And 2 minutes of it is actual story and playing the game. Kind of like that. Not a gripe at all. Frank says, my emotes are all clouds doing stuff, but that's a raindrop. I mean, I love it. I absolutely love it. This is the one I'm talking about for those that can't see chat. But it looks like water to me. But I love the color. It's absolutely one of my favorite colors. It is a very liquidy cloud. Okay, where are we at? We are talking to President Not Sure. Udemy is something I avoid. They're unethical. I just don't like paying for courses about very specific niche things when there are so many people that want, and this is not like FOIA freedom of information, but the free spreading of knowledge. Yes, there is a lot more that you would have to parse through to find something that is useful and meaningful. But at the same time, when you find those people that just really, really, really want others to have knowledge and they care enough to put it out there, it's like, it's gold. It's gold to me. Zerg says to Dukasoft, because Dukasoft is way up here responding to something that I completely skipped over like 16 messages. Let's start with Frank's message first. That one says hi, or do a high five. I saw it. I could definitely see it. Zerg says to Dukasoft, do we get one from the DI container, or do we just instantiate a new one? Yes. Very yes. Dukasoft said, I just wait around and let it handle itself. DC Aggie says, unethical? Did I miss something? I don't know. What did I say? Oh, not me. It was something that President Not Sure said. So we'll get to that here in a very short second. Zerg said to Dukasoft, it'll call into the iDisposable at some point. There's still a few years yet before that happens. This instance is going to be around for a while. Or at least I'm trying to make sure it is around for a while. President Not Sure says, they've stolen content in the past and presented it as something unique from them. DC Aggie said, wow. You know, Blonde goes, wow, a lot. Dukasoft says, I know a few of those people. I've lost your plot. President Not Sure said, yeah, there's a lot of great free content out there for programming. Yeah. And more than just programming, like Coursera or Khan Academy, or not those people. I mean, there are resources, organizations that are full of just people that want to spread, hopefully, not malaligned knowledge, as in not disinformation. The thing that I like about being here with you guys is that I get to hear a lot of opinions from you. It's free that I get to hear from you. And it teaches me things. And I know that I don't have to accept everything, but there is a lot of stuff that you guys know that I don't, and I am very, very grateful for being exposed to. So that's why I'm still here. Despite the the increasingly not really liking just the Twitch culture as much anymore. It's not serving me as much anymore. Okay, anyway, we did a PR, which kicked off the pipeline. We didn't see the actual build pipeline run, but we can see that it ran the RTRAC pipeline, CI pipeline, based off of the branch that we just merged in and the description that we gave it. Then it kicked off the release pipeline, which already added a test version of the database context to my local NuGet feed, but I'm going to go ahead and have it push the production version. I did mention before that I have already bumped the version number because I knew that I would forget if I didn't do it earlier, but that is how I'm managing the NuGet packages that get created. I have a directory.build.props, which sets the version number for the database and the models project in one place. Ooh, how did that go? Did I say that correctly? Not those people, the one that gives knowledge for free. Yeah, I think that the more we share correct knowledge, or even incorrect knowledge, but if the receiver of the knowledge could exercise a bit of discretion when hearing certain things, that I think it's just going to be a better world. I think it's going to be much, much better. Snapple says several Twitch dev streamers stopped, sad face, but at least grumpy face, grumpy face, sad face, grumpy face, whatever. At least Grumpy was back today. Grumpy's back today? That's awesome. Grumpy game dev? Or Grumpy coder? Grumpy game dev is the only one that I can think of that starts with Grumpy. Dukasoft says, I'm so happy that C# Fritz rated 1 lion way back then. Got tons of knowledge from here. You guys are amazing. It's really not me. It is the rest of the community. Everyone has been super duper amazing. But yes, Grumpy Game Dev, and they were streaming some gaming. Awesome. Zerg says, I rewrote the .NET programming course from scratch at my college, and test scores skyrocketed. It included a condensed version of all knowledge they would need to get to their graduation and hopefully beyond. And on top of it, you mean a curriculum that's actually teaching you real world skills? Like I said, I learned some personal growth skills at university, but not really much about coding. Anyway, and on top of them, I often show them what I am working on, and they immediately get inspired to do better than what the course teaches them. And Snobble says, Grumpy Game Dev was streaming, and Deflex says, it's true, I can confirm it's not 1 lion, that's the smart one. It's me, correct. Absolutely correct. All right, I should have updated the copyright year, but whatever. It's committed, it is pushed. So what we're gonna do now is go back to that RTRAC laser conversion. So once again, keep in mind that RTRAC is currently a .NET standard or .NET Framework MVC application that I am trying to bring over to .NET Core and redo the application type as a Blazor application. So hopefully it's gonna work. I also needed to re-add my NuGet local because the original RTRAC is using a different version of the connection manager that I just updated. And we needed to let me keep building the original version. But here is the updated connection manager for RTRAC that we just finished merging. The most recent one that we were using in this project is 8.0.0, and we're up to 8.0.2. And that failed. Why did that fail? You're sir or madman? Because NuGet local doesn't exist still. Yes, it does. I created it. We created it together, didn't we? No, I didn't unpack it. We stopped halfway through. Oh, I remember. I remember. How do we go to location? It keeps moving around on me. Extract here. Get rid of the zip file. Make sure we have our NuGet local. And here is where I have the old connection manager NuGet packages, because I don't have them in the feed. I don't want them in the feed. These need to just, I just need to put them in the feed. Anyway, so now what do you say? Can I update? Yes, yes I can. And there it goes. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Mr. Holland's Opus. Does anyone know that movie? Such a good movie. That's awesome, says Dukasoft to Zerg. Begone, Sprox. No, we're going to use Sprox. We're going to bring them back from the dead. We're going to give them new life. Zerg says to Dukasoft, thanks. I also did the security course. It only lasted 7 weeks, 1 class per week. And they just always wanted more stuff, even though I am the only teacher to give homework. That is awesome to hear, though. It's super cool. If you haven't checked out a Zerg stream, I highly recommend it. You'll see him getting berated and talked down to by Lisa. And you'll just have to figure out who Lisa is by going and watching. Okay, we have our DB context updated. Oops, and I just ran the app because, you know, we've updated the DB context. That means everything's just going to work better suddenly. Have I missed any comments? Have I missed anything? I hope I didn't offend you, Frank. I love your clouds. I really do love the emojis. I just didn't know that it was a cloud. I mean, I can't talk because I don't really have very many emojis myself. Why did you open here? Wasn't the most recent window we were using this one? We downloaded the stuff and did the pull request. I am very stoic. Am I? Am I though? I'm trying to be more animated when I'm on stream so that I can encourage engagement as opposed to standoffish like I usually am. Cool. So here is our records check, and records check currently failed. Wow. They just gave us an error this time instead of, like, we fixed this error before. Oh, I know why. Duh. Because I had to reclone everything, and we are currently working on a different branch. I remember. I have to do the face of the emote. I don't like that rule. I'm going to say no. I'm going to exercise my sovereignty and say no. No, thank you. It's an interesting thought, but not for me. And then he does it anyway. Why are there changes? This is a brand new clone. Why are there changes? That's not a face. I guess if it's making a face, it probably looks like... This is the face I would make if I were the one dancing like that. Right. All right, so I did already update to 8.0.1 previously, and now it's telling me that both have been modified. And we want to keep the one that I just updated. You know what? We're actually going to drop all changes, drop all charges before doing this. And what's in program.cs? Right. I was going to forget. You know what? let's just keep ours. Let's just keep ours because it's only the version of Entity Framework Core, right? Not any of the database context project. I accept. There's also this thingy, but those two were auto merged, and we're going to keep the 8.0.2. So we're good. We're good. It's just one change that had conflicts. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Updated DB project version RTRAC. And reload projects because something failed to load. No close. Dude, just close. Just close. Just go away. Stop that. Get some help. DRN service. Okay. I don't know how to do that face. I don't know how to wink. I'm an INTJ, damn it. Toast. I have stolen some water from the local water witch. I love water. Drop water. Oh, right. I'm not even drinking water anymore. I'm just dropping it. Like, do any of my commands work? I'm always doing this one backwards. Bye. Nope. My bot is not connected. Thanks, bot. You're doing a great job of being a bot. It says disconnected from Twitch. Why are you disconnected from Twitch? Pray tell. Don't you like it here? Okay. So let's do that stored procedure again. Bot is throwing a tantrum. Jeez. I know another bot that does that too. Except yours gets sassy. I don't like having my bot talk down to me. There are two ways that I like my bot to respond to me. One is extremely stark, professional, dry. Let's just get our heads down in the trenches and do work. Two is extremely sarcastic. Not sassy sarcastic, just sarcasm. Like, oh, we're finding this problem again. Isn't it just the case that whenever we try to do something together, this thing comes up every time? Yeah. Something synergetic to my energy. I don't want it talking down to me. We get 2 dad jokes for the price of none. Dad joke number 1 from BestBot is, what do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear. And other bot says, want to hear a chimney joke? Got stacks of them. First one's on the house. I'm waiting. We may as well end off the stream. I'll work later tonight. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Lisa's not talking down to me all the time. It kind of sounded like she was talking down to you the whole time. The whole time I was lurking on your stream. And that was like 2 hours worth of it? I don't know. It was on Monday, I think. I was just busy working. Okay, did it actually run? I don't know. I don't know if it actually ran. Yes, it is running. Okay, here we are. We push the button and it go. just like that. So you see how long this is taking? The thing that I really want it to be able to do is to be as performant as this one with the new design, with the new using .NET Core, blah, 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 blah. So the way that we're going to fix that is we're going to find where the perform records check method is. It's going to find out whether we're doing the records check for TRN, the records check for error, or the records check for chain of custody compare. And we are going to tell it to use the stored procedure. Which we're going to default to true somehow. It is defaulted to true. Why did that take that long? Vidya? Wait a minute. Wait, what? What's happening here? Why are we doing a... Oh, we're fine. We're fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, so it should have been doing the use stored procedure, which means that it should have been faster than that. What's the deal? Tell me what's happening. Right. Well, the other thing that I wanted to do with this anyway is to pass in the user principal so that we can do this records check. Isn't a claims principal an I principal? Yes. Because it comes before out parameter. Okay, so the add errors are supposed to happen on a per user basis, and right now what's probably happening is it is using DBO, maybe, or maybe Berukuri as the user, which is my SQL login for the DB context. So if we were to look in TBL temp errors, we'll see a whole bunch of records. And the most recent records by error ID should be ones attributed to me, my username. How? Is it possible that this is from the test application only, and our version of this is doing what the original intent was, which is as soon as you do the records check, it populates the temp errors table, returns the results from the temp errors table, then deletes the content from the temp errors table. Wish these had timestamps. Well, we have error ID, and we know that this is going to be the most recent one, 33224687. I'm going to write that down in my scroll over here. And we're going to run it again. And if this ID is the same, then that means that it did indeed delete the temporary values before returning it. So let's go again. This time with gusto. We need more cowbell. All right, select. Whoa, and that just gave us an error instead. And that gave us an error because, let me make sure this isn't revealing any information that we don't want to reveal. Nope, it has server names and stuff. So I'm gonna leave it off screen and I will relay what the error is. The error is an exception occurred while iterating over the results of a query for RTRAC context invalid operation. The connection is closed. This is that situation where I was just mentioning earlier, where we're probably disposing of the RTRAC context during the actual stored procedure. We're at 4th, and Bestbellion is still 4 hours, and Bestlian is still streaming. Win! Yeah, I was gonna stop at 12:30, but I really wanted the Copilot stuff to finish so that we could pull it into this project, and we were able to, and it's there. However, for whatever reason, yeah, the context is not being disposed. And I was like, and this is weird. Why is it, oh, wait, what? Yeah, why isn't it just using context directly? And it's because this is a decompiled version. But the point is that the context lifetime should be the lifetime of my call, because I create a new DB context. That DB context has a .procedures property somewhere. Right. That's the private property. Where's the public property? Right here, that gets instantiated with itself as the DB context to use, to pass in when we try to access it. And the first time we're trying to access it in our app is right, you can stay open too, is right here. So this DB context here is the one that should be used. The stored procedure should run just fine. All is public if we reflect hard enough. Truth. So much truth in that statement. More than you even know. Okay, so we do have the DB context that gets instantiated here. And do you have a dispose that got created or something? No. And this is being returned as a task, which is fine because we don't need to await it directly because it's going to get awaited in the calling method. Is it maybe that this is returning immediately? Thank you so much for the raid, Tomate Salat. I mean, Tomate Salat. I know how to speak. I know how to words, but thank you so much for being here. Welcome in. Kenny's here too. Shout out to Tomate Salat. How are you on this wonderful day? How are you doing? I am doing fantastic. Thank you so much for asking, but I want to know how you are. Canny's here with the raid. Welcome in, Canny. Absolutely. Absolutely. What were you working on today? What you was doing? I am currently trying to figure out why it seems like my DB context is getting disposed. Is it the DB context getting disposed? Invalid operation. The connection is closed. The connection is closed. After we do, oh, it's all the way down at the bottom. After we do the execute stored procedure as, does this revert here somehow close the DB context connection. And I would show you the error, but like I said, it currently has my server name in it, and I don't want to expose that because it is pointing to the test server. A second operation was started on this context before a previous operation completed. Am I not awaiting? I am awaiting. Yeah, we're going to have to look at this very, very closely. But Tamate says, thanks, me as well. Since today my stream page for Rookie is live, definitely feel free to share your URL for it. And so we worked on that game. We replaced spline movement with nav mesh movements. And in the end, suffered from Unity's terrible API decisions. I'm sorry you had to suffer. It's good to hear that you got it done and got it taken care of, though. That is awesome. That is fantastic. That is wonderful to hear. Oh, man. My nose is all twingy. And here is the link for it. And in fact, here is the link for it instead. Where are we? Pasta. Yes. Open in Steam. Added to my wish list. Added to my wish list and followed. Oh, yeah. I always forget who's working on what game. But this one looks super fine. This one looks insane. Cars come in. You do stuff with them. They go out. But yes, this looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. But your Steam page is up and here. Go to it if you didn't see what I did and you don't know how to get it open in regular Steam because most of you aren't signed in the browser most likely. You click on this button up here and opens it in the actual Steam app, and then you can wishlist and follow from there. But yes, this looks good. The goal of a round is to produce as much illegal stuff as possible and send your truck away with it. But be aware of the raid meter, which fills up over time. Once full, the police will come for you. To make things worse, journalists will randomly appear to make your life harder. But there are also good news. You are You are allowed to keep the money across rounds. So it's roguelike in that sense, where as you get caught in whatever, you still get to keep your progression from the previous and do upgrades and stuff. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yes. But yeah, this is awesome. You have animated GIFs. You got good information about what your game is about. It reminded me. I'm often lurking on your streams when I see you go live. So I see the game, but I don't really know what it's about. But I do love it. It's cool. So, congratulations on getting your page up. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Oh dear. Dearie me. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any. I don't know that I'll be able to answer, but I felt like offering. Okay, we have a line number in our code base, allegedly, that this error is coming from. And it is 3871. Yeah, so this stored procedure is starting a second operation. Oh, it was a change that I just recently made. All right, someone might have to educate me on how this actually works. Fresh meat is here. Hello, fresh meat. All is super duper well. Okay, I might need an education on how exactly passing a task to a method works compared to passing a... Oh, I can't do that here. We need the database project open again. We might need to create a new PR for this too. And I think I know the answer to this, but if anyone knows for sure without me needing to look it up, or without you having to look it up, I guess is the most important. We can remove this local one since it's merged. New fix multi-context, multi-operation issues with stored procedures. Okay. We're here. We are farmers. So I'm passing in a task as a parameter to this thing that I want to do this first, then do that task, and then revert. And what I think is happening is, because I'm passing it as a task as opposed to a func of task, I am starting the execution of the stored procedure where I am calling this method. Does that sound right? But Dukasoft is saying hi to Fresh Meat, and Fresh Meat says hi to Dukasoft. I'll be back shortly. Gotta get dinner prepped before some football tonight. Well, yes, enjoy. Funk of Task does sound good. Zerg says, I have a useless fact to share, just to overfit your minds. Did you know that when WinForms detects a GIF, it will... Yes, that's how I pronounce it. And I could be wrong, and I'm okay with being wrong. If it is truly supposed to be pronounced GIF, doesn't matter. We mean the same thing. It will spin up a dedicated thread just to display that GIF without blocking the rest of the UI. It sounds funky. This is above my pay grade, but I made a sounds when you said funk of task. But I honestly think that is what the issue is. So in order to fix that, Manadano is here even. Wow. You must be starved for content. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I will not degrade myself or be that mean to myself. Anyway, hi Manadano. Actually, we need to do this in order. So Kenny Dev was the next one that, and Dukasoft beat me to it. Kenny Dev was the next one that chatted with the raid, but Manadano just now said hi. So hi Manadano, if you are interested in watching an extraordinarily amazing Unreal dev, as well as gamer, check out Manadano. Oh man. Definitely need to see. I'm almost always lurking, as I am as many places as I can be. Almost always lurking when I see you go live. Aww. I love the heart emojis that people have. There's so many good ones. I love these. Ooh. So I hope you're having a great day so far. I am going to fix all of these. Well, first of all, you now need to execute the function. And that way, this function does not start getting executed until we await it here, until we invoke the function itself. And that is probably, yeah, it's an oversight. Duka! Runs to Duka and jumps for a drop kick. I mean, hug. Drop hug. I'm sorry, but my bot isn't as cool as yours. my overlay doesn't have interactive kinkles, is what you call them, which is an interesting name. That can actually perform your remote that you /me in chat. So definitely check out Candy Dev if you are up for a really, really good time in some stream overlay coding, some bot coding, some game dev, all of the above. He hasn't been doing much game dev lately. Well, I guess it's still game dev. It's Unity overlay stuff, which is still game dev. But check out Candy's streams. Absolutely. Yeah, and I burn right now my brain with that crazy stuff. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean Unity. I really did mean Godot. I really did mean to say Godot. I'm sorry. I really did mean to say Godot. I've got Unity on the planes. Don't ask me why. But it's still game dev, in my opinion. Yeah. Oh, I keep playing with this. This is my hard drive that crashed on Friday. And now I'm just kind of flinging it around as if I'm not even worried about trying to get any data off of it. It was just GitHub repos, so it's fine. Basically, any game dev is peak. Is peak? Peak? Okay, I need to commit this to the asylum with me so that we can get it done. RTRAC context, we changed SP calls in an execute as to be functions, function calls. Let's do it. I have a crash drive at home too, just one. I have a ton in the closet. Like my first laptop's hard drive was a pair of one of the raids, the one where it's mirrored. Raid 5? No, it was striped. That's what the issue was. It was striped. Whichever raid number striped is, because you know I'm so good at this kind of thing, and one of them crashed, which of course means both of them are unusable at that point. And I'm sure that my first PC's drives still work, because the only thing I did with those is just took it out of the PC when I got a new one. Never reused them though. Candy says, re-implementing all actions right now because I was annoyed that people grabbed the desktop and was running away with it and throws the desktop from the cliff and spin, etc. I'm sorry that annoyed you. I want it to be fun for you with no annoyance. Well, then Kenny said, now you need to coordinate to do this kind of... Oh, thank you for reminding me to coordinate stuff. I need to bump the version number so that we can get a new NuGet package. Otherwise, it'll just skip it because it sees a NuGet package already exists with that version number. Commit. And then we'll head over to the repo. We're going to pull request because even though I am a one-man band, I am a solo shop, whatever the cool terms are that you kids use. Hold on. Guys, don't call me while I'm streaming. Stop that. I see you. I don't even remember what I was saying because phone calls just no. Fixed issue with multiple operations on same content. I think I fixed the issue. So I'm a one-man band. I am a solo shop. I am whatever you cool kids call it. But I still do everything in a branch and a PR. Even though I don't really review the PR. But it still kind of keeps me in the habit of working in this in case I ever do work with a team of people again. Which isn't out of the question, but not really likely. Okay, so now we just need to wait for the pipelines to do the CI/CD stuff. And while that's happening, I will catch up in chat where Dukesoft said it's marked red. No wonder it crashed. Yeah, seriously. I do need to write on it because what I think happened was this was the hard drive that crashed that started this whole computer musical chairs thing, where I bought a new computer to replace the one that was just failing all over the place and all the different things. So I got the new computer, using it on that computer, or on that screen. I took that computer and I moved it here and moved this computer to be our server. And the other one is just sitting in the closet now, kind of being a file server-ish. But I think this was the hard drive in it that crashed. And I was like, I have an extra hard drive that's 120 gigs. I don't know if this is the one that crashed. It could be. I'll just use it as my dev drive. And that way I have a dev drive. And if it crashes, everything's on GitHub. So I don't need to worry about it. And that is exactly what happened. Live on stream last Friday. If you're interested, you can check out the replay on YouTube's. No, you can't because my bot's not listening. Forget you, bot. Okay. Manadano said, first he said, first they said, some game dev might also be peak, but then it wouldn't be software. I don't know the term peak. I'm not cool enough to know peak. Then Manadano said, my first PC's drive still work from 2005. Your first PC was in 2005? My first PC was 1994. Actually, probably before then because of yeah, we had a Tandy. We had a Commodore 64 in the 80s. We had a Tandy something. And then a Pentium. Nope. I'm not as cool as you kids who remember all of your hardware choices and decisions. I just know that I had a lot of old stuff. TRS-80, I wouldn't know. Maybe. It had a tape drive. It had a floppy disk drive. Yeah. I don't know. It was a pretty beige color. So pretty. Didn't look like it was stained all the time. Thank you, Dukesoft. You're the best. So yes. Then finally got to the point where Candy said, you need 4 people to efficiently run around with the desktop, for example, or one strong ankle. I mean Kenku. I want Automagic versioning like .NET Framework. We can have it. We really can. I just needed to set up my pipeline a little bit differently. It's just, I don't know. I don't like the versioning options in the pipeline. And then I could have set up a PowerShell script that runs on Publish or something. I don't, you know the deal. I do it too with my libraries. Kenny says, crashing hard drives. My Kubernetes cluster died 10 days ago. Standard or SD cards are burnt again. You're using SD cards as your hard drives for your Kubernetes that have like a total of 10,000 read-write cycles. That sounds like a great idea. I'm just guessing at this, by the way. Then TBD said to Canny, "You're a spoil sport. It was fun tossing your desktop." Candy said, "Next cluster will be without SD cards." Then TBD said, "When dinosaurs ruled the earth." Hush, you. I wasn't alive for as long as you by a couple of months or so. So, bleh. Candy says, you still can do this, but you need to coordinate it now. Have no clue how strong it will be when you get it done to throw the desktop with 5 Kenkus together. Cankles. YouTube Manadonna said, hold on. Like a vanishing magic. Manadonna said, "Yeah, my computer didn't have hard drives before that." True. What did we do? They just had onboard memory? And then you would load stuff from floppy disk? Or tape, or whatever medium? Yeah, you loaded apps from floppy disks. Because I remember I wanted to... Oh, and you could never, ever open the floppy disk drawer while I was reading. Oh dear. Speaking of nothing, says Snobble, I am wanting, oh man, I can read. Wanting to do a 3D shader. Yes, I am reading correctly. 3D shader lighting presentation. Just need a place to do it. Well, we might have a place for you. If I had a bot that was working. Community Day on Friday would be the perfect time for you to show it here. You are absolutely invited and welcome to do that. Candy Dev says, my cluster runs on SD cards. 2 years was fine. Snubble says, what's the worst that can happen? Will you use HD cards? Ho ho ho. I don't know what that means. Candy says to Manadano, or Candy says, Manadano said leaves the room. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. Everything is happening. He vanished into his pipeline. I did. I just walked straight into it. We'll try to get the Raspberry Pis load from NAS and then use an NFS for them. Good luck. This Friday I'm traveling, but could do it next Friday. Absolutely. Standing invitation. 100% yes. HD cards sounds more fun. Morphine, we are not doing drugs, Dukasoft. Stop it. Get some help. We are doing this though. Oh no. I went to the ending screen. We weren't even done with the pipeline stuff. But I gotta actually do some work so that I can get paid. Because I feel really, really bad when I don't actually do work. So I will either stop now like I would normally do, but only bill for 5 hours because of the last 3 hours. Maybe 6 hours because we did get the rest of the vibe coding part done. And I guess that still counts as work, but I don't feel very comfortable doing that unless I am also working on the project on another screen. But I will be back tomorrow for some more times, and we will continue the RTRAC journey. I probably won't make any forward progress on RTRAC, but I will continue working on the other applications. And yeah, that's it from me. I would rate Temptic, but Temptic is not coding games. Temptic is playing games. Annie, are you live? We got many people. We got Red Squirg, we got Mad Chirpy, we got Cutie Kitty. Any preferences? 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 Devro? You know, I don't think I'm following Devro. What does Devro do? Game dev? How many viewers does Devro have? Yeah, Devro. Most of the time what the community decides. All right, so by request, we are going to raid over to every word that I said, the fan on the mobile studio just kicked up. It was like every all right. I need a space for Devro. It's gonna have to be you, Temptic. I'm sorry, I don't like watching people playing games. I like watching them make games and do software development and stuff. Okay, so I have Devro up so that when I raid in, I'll be able to hear him. I think, if my headphones are still working because the phone call. All right, here we go. And thank you for being here, TBD, and every single one of you. You are all amazing. Dev_row_. I can't hear Devro, so if Devro is speaking, his stream is either frozen or he's not talking. I need to refresh that before we raid out. I will go ahead and, well, I'll follow him when we get there. There we go. All right, so it was frozen for me. Does he speak English? He does. It's going to be one lion that jumps in. Okay, so thank you all so much for being here. I will be back again tomorrow for some more RTRAC dev, and we'll be... Did I not actually raid? I did a shout out, didn't I? Forever, Dukasoft, forever. It isn't a real hand. It doesn't even matter. It can go forever if I wanted it to. It's plugged in right now, so it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But yes, you all have a wonderful day. I'll be back again tomorrow with more .NET development. Working on RTRAC, we'll be able to use this stored procedure. I guess I am going to test that. In fact, I'm going to test it right now while the timer is counting down. But all of my VODs get posted to YouTube after the stream. So if you're ever interested in seeing a past VOD or the current one that we were just doing, then you can find that on the YouTubes. Yeah. So let's see. I am finding Armid's Connection Manager Core, which is now 8.03. I'm just narrating this for all of you. I know you can't see my screen. I am applying it. The application, or I mean, they worked. I was able to update the NuGet package to the new version. I'm running the application now. And we do this before time runs out. Banava. Nope. Oh, who's gonna win? Application? Timer? Oh, timer. Nope, you guys aren't gonna find out. It just now started up. Ciao for now.